Юрьевич сказал, что сейчас он
Добрый день.
Коллеги, добрый день. Вы нас слышите?
Да, слышим.
Отлично, да. Здравствуйте. Здравствуйте, Валерий Николаевич. Здравствуйте, Сергей Михайлович.
Так, у нас
Да. Добрый день, Сергей Владимирович.
Да, я вижу.
Dear colleagues, we are starting in 1-2 minutes.
Здравствуйте, моих российских коллег.
Да, здравствуйте, профессор Ли. Ну что?
Так, а еще будут иностранцы?
У нас два иностранца. Ага, вот, не знаю, я ошибаюсь.
Давайте из зала ждаем всех принять время. Так, ну давайте начинаем первое слово. Валерий Николаевич.
Dear colleagues, it's my pleasure to start our international conference, US-China competition in the new geopolitical situation. This conference is organized by the Institute of Far Eastern Studies, by the Institute for US and Canadian Studies, with support of the Division for Global Issues and International Relations of Russian Academy of Sciences. The participants and speakers of our conference represent two federal-level universities from Moscow and St. Petersburg. We have international participants from Shanghai and from Beijing. We actually tried to invite our American partners, but unfortunately they cannot join this conference. And from Moscow, we have representatives from 4 academic institutes of Russian Academy of Sciences. And for the introduction and opening remarks, I would like to provide the floor to the Professor Garbuzov, Director of the Institute for US and Canadian Studies, Russian Academy of Sciences. Valery Nikolaevich, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues and dear friends from Institute of the Far Eastern Studies and our colleagues from Institute of the United States of America and Canadian Studies, as well as our Chinese friends. I'm glad to welcome you on our joint international conference on problems of relations between Russia, the United States, and China. In recent decades, this problem has been the focus of experts' attention. This strategic geopolitical triangle formed by various powers by weight, and each of them has its own geopolitical program. These programs confronting with each other in the global and regional levels. As a result, we received in global scale two confrontational axes which were formed during this century. The first, the United States and China, and the second, the United States and Russia. Each of them is filled with different content, regulated in different ways, carrying with it different risks and challenges. And I suppose the discussions and scientific analysis of these problems are extremely important from different point of view. And this understanding help us to move forward and to see these complex problems. I wish you fruitful discussions and successful work during these days, during this conference. Thank you very much, dear friends and dear colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Valery Nikolaevich. And now I pass the floor to the Dr. Babaev, Director of the Institute of Far Eastern Studies, Russian Academy of Sciences. Kirill Vladimirovich, please.
Dear colleagues, hello and welcome to the Institute of Far Eastern Studies of the Russian Academy of Sciences. 我们的中国朋友们也大家好，在北京，在上海。I would like to thank you all for coming, for joining our conference today. Actually, Valery Nikolaevich was quite right saying that this is a very crucial topic in the current geopolitical situation in the world, because we are facing extremely important changes in all fields of the international development in the near years, as far as I understand. When we were planning this conference, it was probably 2 months ago, we didn't imagine even how the things will be changing so rapidly, so fast in the world, in Asia Pacific, in Europe, all around the world now. And definitely we're facing more changes to come in the very near future. We also invited our American colleagues to join this conference because we think and we are quite confident that only dialogue is the right way to discuss complex international problems, complicated issues, and even conflicts between the superpowers which we now face in the world. However, our American colleagues preferred not to participate for different reasons, which is a pity because definitely we will be promoting various forms of dialogue between our countries, between the countries that define the geopolitics in the world, which are in the nearest future definitely the United States, China, and the Russian Federation. Here in Russia, we think that it's very important for us to discuss the problems and common interests of issues in politics, in economy, in social processes that are going on in the world with our Chinese colleagues. This is why we invited our Chinese colleagues to participate, and we will be quite interested to hear their points of view on the current issues, their scenarios probably for the future, their forecasts of what the geopolitics will be in the coming years. This is all quite important issues because we need to analyze the current situation, and we need to make forecasts just to define the policy of our countries and define the future scientific prospects of research in this field. So it's quite important. I looked over the program of the conference. It's quite exciting, very interesting. It's a pity I cannot stay here for the whole day and listen to all the reports, but I'm sure my colleagues will then pass them to me for us to probably make it a joint collection of reports. I would like to urge all the participants to probably make this conference a regular event, because this is a very interesting format. We will still be interested in the participation of our colleagues from North America, from both the United States and Canada. And so I think this will be a unique format for us to speak, to research, to exchange opinions, and to probably find solutions to various complicated issues that we're now facing in the world. So I would like to thank you once again for coming. Thank you once again for participating even online. And I would like to wish you a fruitful discussion today. Thank you very much. Stay safe.
Thank you very much, Professor Babai, for your introduction and suggestions for our conferences. And let us start the first session. And during our conference, we are going to discuss strategic issues between United States, Russia, and China, the influence of nuclear factor for Chinese-American cooperation, and main political directions of the US administration towards China. I would like to say that the speaking time is 10 minutes for each speaker, and I would like to ask the speakers those there and to deliver their report. And after report, we will have, at the end of the session, we will have 30 to 40 minutes for questions. So please prepare your questions. We will discuss them at the end of our session. And for the first speaker, I would like to introduce Dr. Rogov, full member of the Russian Academy of Sciences, academic director of the Institute of US and Canadian Studies. And the topic is the Russian-US-China strategic triangular in the new geopolitical situation. Sergei Mikhailovich, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I want to welcome our colleagues and our Chinese friends, and I have to apologize because my neighbors have started repairs in their apartment, and there is a terrible noise coming. Do you hear this noise?
A little bit. Yeah. But it's okay, we can hear you.
Okay. I wonder, maybe that's American imperialism who hired my neighbors so they would try to create problems for the Russian-Chinese dialogue on strategic issues. Who knows? I want to make several points related to the relations between Russia, China, and the United States. And I want to start with the recently released doctrinal document by the United States Department of Defense, the Strategic Defense Doctrine. It's a short version, just 2 pages, and they promise to release unclassified version of the full document in several months. But reading these 2 pages carefully, it's impossible to avoid the conclusion that the United States perceives today China as #1 opponent. In fact, China is mentioned 3 times in those 2 pages, and it's described as a priority challenge to the United States. Russia is mentioned twice and described as an acute threat. Apparently, that's related to the events in Ukraine and the military operation which Russia is conducting there. But obviously, China is perceived as a rival in the economic, political, ideological, and military areas. While Russia is seen as, first of all, the immediate military threat to the United States, and the reason for that is the formidable nuclear forces which Russia maintains. But economically, Russia is not regarded as a competitor, and the unprecedented economic sanctions which have been adopted by the United States and American allies against Russia are described as the effort to ruin Russian economy, and as President Biden said, to change the regime in Russia. Although later the Department of State denied that this is the goal of the United States, but obviously what is happening looks very much as the regime change effort by the United States concerning Russia. The second point is related to the perception which has been promoted by Graham Allison concerning the history of the great power competition, and his conclusion that it's practically inevitable that China and the United States will clash, and that like in previous historical competitions between great powers, the military conflict between them is unavoidable. And my reading is that this perception is not very is shared by quite a lot of American experts who are trying to figure out how to avoid the implementation of this prediction. The next point is related to the idea that if Russia can succeed and achieve her goals in Ukraine, that would encourage China to use military force to reunite with Taiwan. And there is very heated debate going on in the United States how to protect Taiwan from the People's Republic of China by developing a strategy which would deny victory to China. And the strategy of denial includes a number of elements, provision of Taiwan with the most sophisticated military equipment, but also build-up of American strategic nuclear forces, non-strategic nuclear forces, and the missile defenses, which are supposed to deny China an opportunity to conduct a preemptive strike against American forces in Western Pacific. But at the same time, there is an enormous concern related to what is described as the Chinese nuclear buildup, the construction of several hundred of the silo launchers for ICBMs, which the American experts claim China is conducting, and which will permit China to acquire a much larger number of the strategic nuclear weapons within the next several years, and in a decade or two to catch up with the United States and Russia in strategic nuclear weapons. Finally, I want to say that there is a debate going on among American experts how to destroy what is perceived as a Russian-Chinese alliance to counterbalance the United States. And some of the American experts were suggesting that the United States should try to do what is called Kissinger in reverse and make Russia a partner of the United States in containment of China. But in reality, the Biden administration is conducting a completely different course, and the actions by the Biden administration against Russia actually pushed Russia to a much closer relations with China. But recently there have been some speculations that it's possible to pull China away from supporting Russia by threatening China with secondary economic sanctions. So if China continues to develop broad economic relations with Russia, China also will be punished by economic sanctions of the United States and American allies. But this idea, the idea of pulling China away from Russia, is questioned by some experts because, well, they point to the interdependence, economic interdependence between China and the United States, and China and Europe, and they conclude that sanctions against China will be counterproductive. Well, I have to stop, and before I do that, I think that we are witnessing a new geopolitical situation where changes can happen very quickly. And it seems to me that the outcome of the military operation in Ukraine will in a great way determine the future relationship in the triangle of Russia, China, and the United States. And apparently my neighbors disagree with that since they started making noise again. Thank you. I wish you success in the discussions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rogov, for your deep analysis of the current strategic documents that just were issued by the American administration. Thanks for the explanation to us of your understanding for great power competition understanding and for your directions about China and Taiwan cooperation. The next speaker is Professor Vladimir Petrovsky, full member of the Russian Federation Academy of Military Science, Chief Research Fellow of our Institute of Eastern Studies. And his topic is on dispute management mechanism in China-American relations. Vladimir Evgenievich, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues and friends, in Russia, in Shanghai, in Beijing, it's my pleasure to join this discussion and to continue the line of discussion which was launched by Dr. Rogov. If we think in terms of the triangle of Russia, China, and the United States, I think now we have very big problems, at least with the two sides of this triangle. I mean, the US-China relations and Russian-American relations. And I have a kind of explanation of why it happened. Of course, we understand that these two lines of relations are very much strained and loaded with the conflicts and misunderstanding because of the situation in Ukraine and because of the situation around Taiwan, I mean, the US-China relations. But again, I have my a kind of explanation of why it happens. And I think both in the US-China relations and in the Russian-American relations, we have a lack of proper communication, unfortunately. And what I mean is Russia, China, and the United States, in their two sets of bilateral relations, they tried to establish at least several lines of communications just to try to better understand each other and to try to come to terms. But now it becomes more and more difficult. And now I think, and I'm trying to concentrate on the China-American relations. The issue is not how to better understand each other, and the issue of not how to come to terms, but the biggest issue of how to settle disagreements between the two sides. So the understanding in both Beijing and Washington now is that there is a whole set of different vision on very critical issues, and both sides understand that probably they would not be able to come to terms, but at least they should try. They should try to avoid open conflict, and to do this, they need a good, established, and ramified framework of dialogue. And to this extent, let me come to terms to the case of the US-China relations, which deals with the so-called the bilateral strategic and economic dialogue. I think this is a kind of very interesting case for us to try to come back to and to try to look into. As we know, the so-called high-level dialogue between the US and China to discuss the wide range of regional and global issues was set up in the year 2009, if I'm not mistaken, by President Barack Obama and Chairman Hu Jintao. And that was the modernized format of the dialogue, which replaced the previous dialogue format on strategic partnership, which existed between the year 2005 and 2008. And then there was a framework of dialogue on economic cooperation, which worked in the year 2006, 2008. And at the very beginning, both sides felt a big optimism about this dialogue. And the idea was to meet, the idea was that the senior officials on both sides, meaning the ministers of defense, of foreign affairs, of trade, and economics, could meet each other on a regular basis, at least twice a year, to discuss in an open and sincere way the whole range of issues which existed between both sides. Then, as we remember, in the year 2009, the year 2010, the US came up with the idea of the so-called G2, Big Two format, including Russia and China, and the idea was proposed by Zbigniew Brzezinski. But then China actually rejected this proposal because China did not want to be a kind of junior partner in this tandem. Because the understanding was that the United States felt as a leader in this in this disputed arrangement by default, and China did not agree to that. But anyway, the strategic dialogue format continued to exist, and I would remember the 6th round of the strategic and economic dialogue, which was convened in July the year 2014 in Beijing. And both sides at that time, the delegations on both sides included ministers, again, ministers of foreign affairs, of defense, and others. And basically, they discussed again the whole range of issues. And this discussion was very useful for both sides because it was to increase mutual trust, to resolve difference, and to try to find for some practical solution in the various spheres of interest. Specifically, the strategic component of this US-China strategic dialogue included discussions of such key areas as military exchanges and interaction, non-proliferation, anti-terrorist activities, maritime security, joint activities in regional institutions, energy and environmental cooperation, response to climate change, scientific and technical cooperation, healthcare, etc., etc. But among the most significant results of the strategic part of this dialogue were the 2 points. The first was an agreement to develop a joint warning system and rules of conduct relative to the naval and air force activities of both countries. And the second was to establish a hotline between the US Coast Guard and the Chinese Maritime Law Enforcement Energy, which expected to be a kind of preventive diplomacy mechanism relative to the situation in the South China Sea and other areas. So that's what Russia and China have had before. But then, as you remember, during Donald Trump presidency, the situation radically changed. And in fact, this strategic framework of dialogue actually it was ruined basically by the United States, because the US side, as we remember, preferred to concentrate on trade issues between Russia and China. And the American style was not to try to discuss things with China and not to come to terms again, but to impose the US vision on China. Which was not the case for China at all. As we remember, it all ended with the US-China trade war. And we still have not the, the peace agreement, so the so-called peace agreement relative to this trade war, even now. And what happens now? Now we have much more strained relations between China and the United States due to the situation around Taiwan again. Taiwan and some other critical sensitive issues for China, relative to the so-called problem of human rights in Xinjiang Uyghur region, in Shangan, etc., etc. And unfortunately, I feel the lack of sincere, open, and confident discussions of both sides. And sometimes my feeling is that these discussions are limited to the kind of a series of public statements on both sides, which are not intended to come to terms and not intended even to discuss issues, but try to put forward their own position. It's a kind of public diplomacy and not classic diplomacy at all. And I think that to improve situation in the US-China relations, it would be very useful to review the experience of this strategic and economic dialogue which existed before. And again, both sides invested much time and effort to establish this format and to maintain this format. And it brought very useful results for both sides. And now it's important even more than ever. And maybe if the United States and China would be able to reestablish this type of dialogue, it would be a good case for Russia in terms of Russian-American relations, because we need to between Russia and the United States in this difficult situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Petrovsky, for your analysis of the different management mechanism. You help us to remember the dialogue economic commission between United States and China, the higher level dialogue and other format of communications, and the areas where two countries discuss their global issues. And we continue to discuss strategic triangular and goes to Beijing, and I would like to pass the floor to Professor Li Yunhui, Chief Researcher of the Institute of Russia, East European and Central Asian Studies of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. And the topic is China-Russian relations and the American factor. Professor Li, the floor is yours, please.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much for your invitation. I feel very honored in this conference. The title of my speech is Chinese Relations Strategic Partnership, Ordination, and the American Factor. China is one of the key countries in Russia's policy of looking east. China-Russian relations are special and significance for China. In recent years, the three pillars of China-Russian relations are politics, economic cooperation, and international strategic coordination. Bilateral relations have been highly evaluated as being at best level in history, not only by officials, but also by the public. My report is divided in two parts. The first part deals with the characteristics of China-Russian relations, and the second part with the American factor. China-Russian relations has the following characteristics. First, China-Russian have maintained close relations. The hands of two states leading the way and increasing the mutual trust. Since 2013, President Putin and Xi Jinping have met face-to-face and by radio nearly 40 times. In 2021, the 12th anniversary of the signing of the Treaty of Good Neighborly Friendship and Cooperation between China and Russia. The two hands of states jointly declared the extension of the treaty and depended strategic mutual trust. The basic issues of mutual concern of both countries were resolved, such as no territorial claims between two countries, expansion of the promotion of multipolarity and the community of human destiny were included in the joint statement. The second, China and Russia have become more determined to support each other. Two countries firmly support the maintenance of regime stabilities and core interests. Two countries firmly support our respective development paths and firmly support joint development and win-win cooperation. Thirdly, and also the most important point, the trade volume between China and Russia exceeded $100 billion for 3 consecutive years, and the trade volume in 2021 is $114 billion, which are new result of China and Russia greatly existing our respective comparative advantages under the survived sanctions imposed by the West on Russia, as well as the epidemic at the moment. Among them, energy cooperation is very prominent, and it is the most important strategic project for both countries. In the past, it was said that China-Russian relations were cold in politics and hot in economics, but this phenomenon is less mentioned now. Lastly, China-Russian strategic security cooperation has been stressed, highlighting the unique strategic value of the China-Russian relations. The main contents of the joint statement issued by the two sides between President Putin's visit to China on February 4th are: first, China and Russia openly opposed NATO's eastward expansion. Second, China and Russia for the first time jointly spoke out on AUKUS and AUKUS. The focus of future strategic security collaboration between China and Russia is resolute resistance to AUKUS. This will jointly address the pressure from the U.S. Indo-Pacific strategy and Asianization of NATO. Third, China understands and supports the Russia proposal related to the construction of a legally binding long-term security guarantee for Europe. China and Russia urged the United States to respond positively to the Russian initiation and abandon its plans to deploy land-based intermediate and shorter range missiles in the Asian Pacific and Europe. The second part, I would like to talk about the American factor. The development of the China-Russian strategic partnership of cooperation in recent years has been very groundbreaking. The deepening of cooperation between Russia and China is based on the development of the two countries' national conditions and the needs of national interests. As the leaders of both countries have publicly and repeatedly stressed, the China-Russian cooperation relations is a new type of state relations that is non-aligned, confrontation and no target at third parties. So it would be affirmed that the back-to-back relationship is in line with the nation interests of both China and Russia. The common strategic interests of China and Russia are to maintain peace and stability in the region and the world, and to jointly oppose the hegemony. The strategy of U.S. Biden administrations is to contain Russia and China simultaneously. The Russian-Ukraine military conflict is the most significant geopolitical event since the end of the Cold War and has far-reaching implications. The Russian-Ukraine conflict is not so much a war between Russia and Ukraine as it is a geopolitical game between the United States as a chess player and Russia. By creating this Russian-Ukraine crisis, the US has been able to divide Russia and Europe at a low cost, damage the Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline project, activate NATO and weaken Russia. During Chinese two sessions, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi stressed that China-Russian relations are independent, based on no line, no confrontation, and no targeting of third parties, and are not subject to interference of provocation by third parties. This is a summary of historical experience and innovation in international relations. No long ago, the two countries jointly issued a judgment on the international relations and sustainable global development in the new area, which clearly and unmistakably demonstrated to the world that we jointly oppose reviving the Cold War mentality, oppose poverty, ideological confrontation, advocate advancing the democratization of international relations, and advocate upholding the purpose and the principles of UN Charter. It means China and Russia will maintain their strategic determination to push forward the comprehensive strategic cooperative partnership in the new area. Thank you very much. I have to make an apology. After my speech, I have to go to the television company Phoenix. There will have a program dialogue, a topic on the Russian-Ukraine crisis. So I will not have a discussion with you. I make apologize. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Li, for your very valuable input of characteristics between China and Russian relationships and analysis of the US factor. And now we are moving probably to the most important and the hottest topic of the current international situation. And the speaker is leading research fellow Sergei Trush from the Institute of the US and Canadian Studies. The topic is Russia-Ukrainian crisis, the China factor. Sergei Mikhailovich, please. Сергей Михайлович, we cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. 我欢迎我们的中国的学者，他们参加我们的坦率的座谈会是很宝贵的一个机会。Russia's Ukraine crisis has divided the international community, with China being a very important and influential player. Moscow's so-called special military operation resulted also in deep split in the Russian society itself, even though it was not so consolidated and stable before. The Ukrainian crisis could not be viewed in black and white color mindset. It is the outcome of many motives. To name the most important, it is the Western negligence of Russia's security interests in the post-Soviet period, NATO and Russia's mutual and inadequate threat perception of each other on the one hand. On the other hand, it is the autocratic evolution of Russian political landscape within the last 2 decades, together with hardening of its old imperial worldview. Thirdly, it is the painful evolution of the Ukrainian independent state with the both nationalistic and pro-Russian separatist trends and forces in this process. But within the full array of these different factors, President Putin's decision to cut the Gordian knot with direct military invasion has obviously become a grave political and strategic mistake. This fighting and the bloodshed of the Russians and Ukrainians should be stopped as early as possible. And at this point, Russian side bears the main responsibility and should take the only reasonable decision: stop the operation to prevent further humanitarian catastrophe. Speaking on the Chinese reaction on the Ukrainian crisis, its main points can be laid out in the following way. First, China is formally not taking sides in this conflict. It keeps neutrality and calling for negotiations and diplomacy as the only means to settle the conflict. China stresses its traditional adherence to sovereignty and territorial integrity of the nation states, and this could be obviously considered as the indirect criticism and denial of the Russian invasion. At the same time, and this is the next third point, China is actually very closely siding with the Russian explanation of its conflict with the West, in the sense that Russian security demands were neglected by NATO due to enlargement and possible inclusion of Ukraine in the bloc. The fourth point, China is against comprehensive economic sanctions taken against Russia. It's not joining them, considering economic blockade as the instrument of the Cold War and unipolar domination. And the fifth, China suggests and delivers humanitarian aid to Ukraine. It has 6-point plan for it and will be ready to give economic support for the country restoration. The ongoing conflict has the diversified impact on China foreign strategy and environment. On the one hand, speaking pragmatically in the realpolitik perspective, China could be viewed as a certain beneficiary of the Ukrainian crisis. In terms of triangular strategic thinking, this upsurge of animosity between Moscow and the West, sanctions to isolate China, are formally increasing the influence and political capitalization of the China card. Moscow is seeking China's support and backing diplomatically, economically, and most important in military strategic sphere, in the sense of securing of its eastern flank in case of escalation between Russia and NATO. Washington also pragmatically, whatever belligerent Biden's rhetoric sounds, is not excluding greater sensitivity and flexibility to China's demands, trying to prevent its deeper cohesion with Moscow. These both capitals are ready to pay its price to China, and therefore Beijing's stakes are visibly on the rise. Moscow's price possibly could be the further concessions and subordinate role in strategic partnership with China, deeper and more visible backing of China in its competition with the US at the Asia-Pacific theater, at the South China Sea, or even over Taiwan. It could be also Russia's further acceptance of the growing China role in Central Asia, in Arctic zone, China's further penetration on the Russian internal market, and monopolistically favorable prices for the Russian energy. Biden could also walk his part of the distance to prevent Chinese strong pro-Moscow tilt in Ukraine crisis and its aftermath. Washington's concessions could possibly be the softening on tariff pressure on Chinese export, downgrading restrictions on high-tech items for China, concessions in South China Sea issues, freezing or downgrading activity in the newly born military formation with Australia and UK. Certain undercover guarantees of the United States to Beijing against Taiwan independence could also be the possible compromise options. Well, at the same time, it's also visible that China is experiencing the serious negative implications of the Ukrainian crisis itself, bilaterally with Moscow, but mainly due to growing stressful conditions of global security and global economy. What are those implications specifically? Well, three main points. The risk of the global escalation of the Ukrainian conflict. NATO and US direct involvement, together with the use of nuclear weapon and triggering the Third World War, is still a real possibility, unfortunately. The old Chinese proverb of the wise monkey sitting on the hill and watching how the tigers slaughtering each other downwards is definitely not working in the nuclear age. Second, sanctions to Russia are already shattering globalized economy, affecting logistics and production chains, slowing down world consumption, triggering sharp rise for energy and food prices. China's main realm of competition with the United States by now for multipolarity is economy, trade, and technology, and not the military might and military capabilities. With its 80% of the world GDP, 6% of annual growth, and 6 trillion of world trade, its ascending role in free trade blocs, its Belt and Road project, all the stakes and capacities are put at strain, especially in Europe and Eurasia. And the last, Russia is becoming a risky and unpredictable companion in strategical partnership with China. Of course, Moscow remains the most heavyweight quasi-ally for China in the world competition. But Moscow's unreasoned behavior starts to evoke too much problems in this competition. Keeping its bond with Moscow and continuing to support it, China itself is facing the risk of a secondary Western sanctions in trade and banking. In such pressure, if such pressure will really work, I am not sure the choice of the Chinese banks and economic entities will be totally in Russia's favor. China will definitely think twice before putting at risk its multi-billion trade and economic turnover with the world. My time is over, so I'll stop myself here, looking forward to having your comments and questions. Thank you.
Sergey Mikhailovich, thank you very much for being in time, and thank you for your introduction of China reaction for the Ukrainian crisis and analysis of possible ways of China activity because of this international situation and implication for Russian-Chinese future and further relations. And moving up, we are going to the next topic. And I would like to introduce Dr. Batyuk, Chief Research Fellow of Institute of US and Canadian Studies. And the topic is the Biden administration's Chinese policy. Vladimir Igorevich, please.
Good morning, dear colleagues. I just want to point on the fact that though there are very serious political and even personal contradictions between President Biden and his predecessor, President Trump. Nevertheless, as to the Chinese policy of the United States, we see here a very high level of continuity and between the two administrations, Trump's and Biden's ones, and very high level of unanimity among American elites on the fact that China is nowadays the most serious enemy of the United States, and according to this point of view of American elites, it's far more dangerous enemy than the Soviet Union was during the First Cold War. The Soviet Union was primarily military and ideological challenge to the West, headed by the United States. But China is not just a military threat, but also a very serious economic challenge to the United States. And here I just want to point to the fact that the Chinese economy is currently the biggest in the world, measured in the purchased parity potential. And the growth of economic capacity of China, which is not the only concern for Washington nowadays. China is also a very serious economic competitor, and the US trade deficit in the American trade with China is nowadays is exceeding $300 billion, and is, as it was pointed by US State Department in its recent certificate on US-China trade, is unacceptable. As it was stated in this document, the United States seeks fair and reciprocal trade with China and wants to protect American workers and business from unfair Chinese economic actions, including market access restrictions, forced technology transfers, and weak protection of intellectual property rights. End of the quote. And that was again statement of U.S. State Department in the last year spring, already under Biden's administration. But the same very statement the Department of State could made under President Trump's administration. And that was one of the reasons of the initiation of a trade war by President Trump against China. That trade war never led to the expected results. This huge negative balance of trade with China is remaining currently, and at the same time that trade war revealed the full extent of economic dependence of the United States on its trade and economic ties with the People's Republic of China. That rapid economic growth on the part of this main political opponent of the United States is not the only cause of concern, but also the rapid growth of Chinese economic presence in the world. As it was indicated in the Indo-Pacific strategy approved under Trump administration, the United States has serious concerns with China's potential to convert unsustainable debt burdens on recipient countries or subnational groups into strategic and military accesses, including by taking possession of sovereign assets as collateral. China's coercive behavior in playing out globally from the Middle East to Africa and Latin America and Europe. End of the quote. Already under Donald Trump, China had initiated a regional comprehensive economic partnership in November 2020, and this year's December also investment agreement with the European Union. And here we see that American allies prefer their loyalty to the United States to trade with economic ties with China. And the Chinese military power is also is appreciated by Washington as a real and present danger. Nowadays, China can practice the strategy of anti-access area denial towards the American military in the western part of the Pacific. And in case of serious military conflict with China in that area, the United States cannot expect on easy military victory. As Dr. Rogov had already said, China is now initiated a very serious modernization of its nuclear forces, the building of 230 military missile silos, which where China can displace missiles with total number of warheads exceeding 2,000. In that case, if that would really happen, China would be the nuclear power #1 in the world, outnumbering both Russia and the United States. And here we are seeing a very high level of continuity, as I already said, between Trump and Biden's administration.
Vladimir, 1 minute left.
Yeah. The two administrations understand that the United States alone simply cannot contain China. And that is the reason why they need alliances such as quadrilateral security dialogue, or Quad, where Australia, India, Japan, and the United States are participating. And Biden's administration initiated its own alliance, AUKUS. And here we are seeing an attempt to involve the United Kingdom, North Pacific state, in that in the solution of that uneasy task of containing of China. And so far, that strategy of construction of some kind of cordon sanitaire around China had produced very mixed results. The withdrawal of American troops from Afghanistan had delivered a very heavy blow from my point on that strategy, since it undermined American positions in Central Asia. And besides that, the Chinese-Russian partnership is also a very serious obstacle to that strategy. Thank you very much, dear colleagues, for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Batyuk, for your explanation of the differences between the first Cold War and the current trade war between China and the United States, and the economic challenges that it has for all the players in the world, and for your analysis of the military aspects of this confrontation. We have 3 speakers to finish this session, and we have to move one of the speakers from the second session to our session. So the next, please, leading research fellow from the Institute of the World Economy and the International Relations, Russian Academy of Sciences, Pavel Gudev. Gudev, oh, sorry, Pavel Gudev, please.
Well, dear colleagues, I am very glad to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation. As you know, the freedom of navigation operations are the key element of the United States policy in the world ocean. The FON program was initiated in 1979 as the reaction on Muammar Gaddafi's activity in the Gulf of Sidra, which was closed by him as internal historical waters under the full sovereignty of a Libyan state. On the one hand, the United States goals are absolutely clear and fair: protect the law of the sea and freedom of navigation, but on the other hand, it was designed to guarantee the United States capabilities in such fields like power projection, the free transfer of armed forces, and protecting the liberal world order, including the freedom of trade. The FON operations continues to be implemented through diplomatic negotiations and protests, administration of flag, naval exercises, and through the direct use of United States Navy warships to challenge specific maritime claims. At present, the United States carries out its FON program more actively in the Asia-Pacific region, and even in regards its own allies and partners, such countries like Taiwan, Japan, and South Korea. And the main reason is the indirect drawing of straight baselines from which all the maritime zones are measured. China is absolutely a specific case because it interprets the key law of the sea northern provisions very broadly, extremely broadly. Especially concerning the right of innocent passage through the territorial sea of coastal state, freedom of navy maneuvers and exercises in the exclusive economic zone, and I perfectly understand that all these restrictions directed to guarantee the priority level of regional security in adjacent waters and to restrict United States intelligence and other types of naval activity. The United States' desire to protect the freedom of navigation is in contrast with the fact that Washington didn't ratified and even signed the law of the Sea Convention 1982. And like other states, even RAC states like Syria, Libya, Iran, North Korea, and the poorest states of Africa and Latin America. So the United States' non-participation in the law of the Sea Convention discredits this very important international regime. And the United States' position that the law of the Sea Convention codified the established norm of customary international law, so-called international custom, which are binding for all states, even non-members of the law of the Sea Convention, is rather speculative. From my point of view, it's just an attempt to harmonize the behavior of all states in the world ocean, while remaining outside the UNCLOS, I mean the law of the Sea Convention, but use all its advantages in its own national interest. For example, the United States is also characterized by very broad interpretation of different key law of the sea normal provisions. Now, for example, they separate two basic things. For example, marine scientific research, which can be conducted only after coastal states form a permission, and military scientific research. Insisting that there is no obligation in the UNCLOS to get any approval concerning the latter. The United States considers the convention obligation for submarines to follow the surface and ride the flag during the innocent passage through the coastal state's territorial sea as non-mandatory if they are involved in any kind of intelligence activity. Finally, the United States declared that if they join the United Nations Law of the Sea Convention, they will use the conventional right under Article 298 to exclude all disputes concerning maritime delimitation, historical rights and titles, military and law enforcement activities from the jurisdiction of international courts. I mean International Court of Justice, United Nations Court of Justice, International Tribunal on the Law of the Sea, Permanent Court of Arbitration, and Special Arbitration. So they are going to define themselves what kind of their activity is military in nature or not. Even more, they consider any intelligence activity as military, so it's also excluded from the jurisdiction of international courts. Of course, the United States is extremely interested in universal, common, equal behavior of all states in the world ocean, and in the implementing the conventional rights, for example, of innocent passage through the territorial sea of coastal states. They're interested in the right of transit passage through the international straits, and of course of freedom of navigation within the exclusive economic zone. Their policy of disputing certain maritime claims, although most of them are episodical and even non-systematical, is directed to prevent the emergence or transformation of certain norms into norms of customary international law, so-called international custom, which is binding to all states, even non-members of the United States Law of the Sea Convention. So for the United States, any kind of all actions are more important than any words and warnings. However, the main problem is that the United States gives themselves the authority to determine which states' claims are excessive or not. The United States often uses armed forces to control and regulate the order in the world ocean. By doing so, the United States plays the role of prosecutor, judge, and executioner at the same time. So, in my own opinion, the history of the freedom of navigation operation is the history of confrontation, often on the brink of real armed conflict, as it was during the Cold War. At the time, the key region of Soviet American confrontation was Russian or Soviet Arctic, the Black Sea region, and Soviet Far East. Today, the United States and China confrontation in the South China Sea also carries the risk of local armed conflict between two largest world and naval powers, of course. The protection of freedom of navigation by the United States does not actually lead to peaceful settlement of disputes, but rather provokes their growth. Practically, the United States Freedom of Navigation program could be considered as a new form or model of maritime hegemonism because the United States' main goal to protect the United States' leading status in the world ocean. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Very interesting, and for me it was important to understand the aims and the mechanism of realizations of the American freedom of navigation operations, like a new doctrine that the United States tried to implement in the world ocean. Now, please, Junior Research Fellow Anna Voloshina, representing Institute of the Far Eastern Studies, Russian Academy of Sciences, and the topic is US-China relations and the struggle for global technological leadership.
Thank you so much.
Anna,
I have
please.
one question. Whether I will be able to inform
Yeah, of course. Can you see it? No. I mean, вы видите презентацию? Can you see the presentation on the notebook? Can you see the presentation on the notebook?
Да.
Yeah, I can switch it slide by slide.
Good day, dear colleagues. It's a pleasure to be here today. In my speech, I will try to address three subjects. One, what do history and international relations theory tells us about the role innovations play in the rise and fall of nations? Two, a few reflections about the US and China's science and technology development and where they have reached today. And three, what is now unfolding in US-China relations and how are these two trying to address the challenge they pose to each other? Next slide, please. And one more. Thanks. When we look back at the history of 2 millennia, we see that economic and global leadership in the world has always shifted from one nation to another. No one country has persistently led the world. So why did this constant change happen? Starting in the 70s, Robert Gilpin emphasized that new nations rise to political leadership when they achieve major technological advances. Next slide. Gerald Tellis and Staff Rosenzweig examined several power transition cases and assumed that the embrace of transformative innovation provides a nation with a competitive advantage and fuels its economic growth and global leadership. Next slide. Andrew Kennedy and Darren Lim argued that if a rising power wants to escape the middle income trap and continue its ascent in the long run, it has to develop products and processes that endure. It's the innovation imperative. And here come great power tensions. When a rising power or activity changes a dominant state's strategic interests, the dominant state will react. Next slide. There are a lot of such examples in history, just as US politicians today are concerned about China, are in the 80s, Americans were concerned about Japan. For example, Japanese experts were subjected to a total of 24 rounds of US 301 investigation. In the 19th century, British policymakers sought to hide technologies from the United States by casting a technological embargo and an immigration ban on its exports. And next slide, and one more. So, for the quarter century after the World War II, the United States was the world's technological leader across a very broad front. One source of it was the US lead in mass production industries, and this was of long standing. The other was leadership in high-tech industries due to mass American investments in science, technology, education, R&D, and this one was new. Next slide. In 1960s, the United States accounted for 69% of global R&D spending. It created a successful triad model facilitating countries' growth. With generous public funding, universities, labs, private firms formed tech clusters able to innovate and commercialize the innovation. Next slide. But then we saw as the US advantage in mass production industries eroded, and in 2010, China overtook America to become the largest manufacturer. Next slide. And then other countries matched US R&D investment. Preliminary data on Statista, next slide, supposes that in 2021, China spent more on R&D than US did. Another, even more important factor, next slide, is a decrease in publicly funded research relative to the size of the US economy. In 1964, US federal R&D funding was about 2% of its GDP. In 2019, it fell to just 0.6%. Next slide. More than 70% of US R&D is currently business funded, but private sector tends to underinvest in basic research. Next slide. Less spending on basic research means less opportunities for the future breakthroughs and transformative innovation. Thus, with government stepping away, the triad innovation machine created in the post-war period eroded. Then China. Next two slides. Okay, thanks. Since the start of reform and opening up, Beijing undertook major reform of its science and technology system and launched a number of successful programs aimed at covering all policy areas relevant to innovation, such as the Key Technologies R&D program, Program 863, and Program 9673. Next slide. China looked to the US Silicon Valley and Route 128 as models and decided to adopt a research park strategy, and in particular cascading manufacturing with research. The state launched National Torch Project in 1988 to construct the high-tech parks, which showed great results in commercializing the innovation and facilitating economic growth. Now, China is a home for about 170 high-tech zones. In 2019, these parks contributed more than 12% of China's GDP and about 10% of tax revenues. Thus, combining government, universities, labs, and private sector efforts, China has implemented the triad model of its own. Next slide. The Global Innovation Index 2021 ranked China as the 12th most innovative economy in the world. It leads in such indicators as patents by origin, utility models, trademarks, industrial designs, and creative goods exports. It's already #1 in some areas of the foundational technologies of the 21st century, namely in such fields of AI as facial recognition, natural language programming. It leads in establishing tech standards for blockchain, the Internet of Things, 5G. China has taken the lead in quantum communications and quantum computing. The country has almost twice as many supercomputers as the US. Next slide. For a long time, the US didn't see China as a peer competitor. Just at the end of the Obama second term, America started to realize that its technological superiority was eroding. To change the negative trends, the US government took action in several directions. First, it tried to boost its own competitiveness. Several initiatives were launched since 2014, but major effort is being undertaken by the Biden administration. At the moment, Congress is negotiating the United States Innovation and Competition Act of or House version, the America Competes Act, which, if passed, would let US government pump $190 billion to domestic semiconductor industry, high-tech sectors, research centers, and universities. With this endeavor, the US is trying to revive its post-war development model and repeat its success. Then, America restricts China's access to US-controlled critical technologies by adding major Chinese companies to the entity list. There are about 300 Chinese companies on this list now. The US government plans to expand the coordination with allies and partners to exercise collective export control. The government also reformed the Committee on Foreign Investment in 2018 to tighten oversight of Chinese acquisitions of or investments in sensitive technologies. Restrictions were also put on US-China academic exchanges and issuance of visa for Chinese students. Next slide.
Anna, 1 minute left.
One minute needed. Thus, China facing a mounting challenge. It has to avoid falling into the middle income trap, mitigate the effect of its demographic problem on its economy, and safeguard its economic growth from the risk posed by the US policies, especially by its export control. According to Dian Dintian, head of Central Policy Research Office, China imports more than half of its high-tech equipment, software, key components. The semiconductor industry depends on imports by 80%. Thus, the goal of transforming itself into a leading innovation economy and achieving technological self-reliance has become China's national priority. Chairman Xi Jinping set a goal for China to become a leading innovation power by 2035. Technological progress is a centerpiece of national policy embedded in the 14th five-year plan. In its framework, the government plans to increase R&D spending by more than 7% annually. In its industrial plans made in China 2025 and Chinese standards 2035, China has identified 10 core sectors which will have the massive backing of Chinese government. It set a target to increase the proportion of indigenously manufactured components in these sectors to 70% by 2025. So, in conclusion, I would like to add that technology is becoming one of the key areas for unfolding US-China competition, and this trend is unlikely to change anytime soon. But the question is open. How complicated, how expensive, how unpredictable, and this process will be, and considering how much intertwined the economies of two countries, whether this process is possible. Thanks.
Okay, Anna Valerievna, thank you very much. Our colleagues from Zoom just told us that they cannot see the slides. It only was the first slide, and they cannot see that it was changing. Can we share your PPT with our colleagues on Zoom? Can we send it to them?
Of course.
Okay. 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 What are we experiencing? Some technical difficulties? While we are trying to fix our Zoom connection, I would like to introduce the next speaker, the final speaker of this session, Professor Morozov. Please. And after that, we proceed with discussion.
So, dear colleagues, unfortunately, I must focus your attention from peaceful competition between the United States and China to geopolitical situation in the world, which we are witnesses. I think American and anti-Russian and anti-Chinese orientation coincide with the goals of its national security strategy in which Moscow and Beijing identified as the main threat in the world. In this regard, the White House primary goal, in accordance with the principle divide and rule, is to first shut down with Russia and Europe, and later with a stronger economic revival China in the Asia-Pacific region. I think that in this connection, Washington would to do the same with China like it was done with Ukraine, with someone else's hands to delay its development by supporting separatists in Tibet, Hong Kong, and Taiwan. Likewise, the United States officially supports the peaceful reunification of Taipei with Beijing in the world. In fact, in conducting secret activities on this island in order to strengthen Taiwan's defense potential. Additionally, Washington relies on military alliance, AUKUS and Quad in the interest of realizing the goals of its Indo-Pacific strategy in this region. Its implementation poses the threat to the national interests of China. It implies rejections of Beijing Silk Road Economic Belt Initiative, and also Beijing prevent freedom of movement of military activities of the 7th Fleet and other fleets in the two oceans. This tragedy also poses the threat of the Russian Far East region and its economic and military activities in Pacific and Indian Oceans. In these connections, it is possible to study that between the United States on one hand and China with Russia on the other have entered a new era of the Cold War II. I am afraid for the wrong time. In this connection, in January last year, Chinese ambassador in the USA warned that if Washington encourages the Taipei authorities to declare Taiwan's independence, then a military conflict might arise between China and the United States. Therefore, the adequate response from Beijing and Moscow in these conditions of a new Cold War with the United States maybe strengthens the strategic partnership. It means strengthening its position in the UN Security Council. You know perfectly well what is done, what Washington trying to do with Moscow in that council. Also, enhancing cooperation with the CSO BRICS and RIC organization, countering regional US missile defense system directed against Russia and China, and intensification cooperation in Eurasia in the interest of implementation Russian and China's projects. Also, Moscow and Beijing jointly oppose the US military hegemony in the world. The creation of the Russian-Chinese military political alliance in the nearest future is impossible, since it contradicts to China's official policy. At the same time, there is attention conflict in the South Chinese Sea. For example, due to protecting by force peaceful joining Taipei with a continent. And in that regard, I think the more the United States pushes the anti-Chinese strategies, the more likely Beijing will find it necessary to conclude a military political alliance with Moscow. And the first step in this direction is already taken. in November 23 last year, China and Russia approved a roadmap for the development of cooperation in the military field until 2025. By the way, if strategic military situation will be intensified, I think it's necessary to do next step. It means to change the context of the 9th article of the Treaty of Friendship between two states. Its content must be close to the Article 5 of NATO alliance, which states an attack of the one country will be considered an attack to the whole states.
Your voice is 1 minute left.
Yeah. Also, it's necessary to mention that Russians in China strategic military forces are now are established their highest level responsible to possible attack. And it is for United States, it means that simultaneously restrain Russia in Europe and China in the Asia-Pacific areas, for them to disperse its forces and it preventing achieving the decisive military superiority over Moscow and Beijing. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Morozov, for your analysis of the national interests of two countries, Russia and China. And now we have almost 25 minutes for discussion, questions. And please, I encourage the audience to ask your questions. And I also encourage our participants from Zoom, please raise your hand using the sign. And let's start the discussion, please. Okay, let me ask the first question to Pavel Gudev regarding the idea of the United States approach for freedom of navigation. It was very interesting, your conclusion that actually this the idea, it doesn't help to settle the disputes. Why do you think United States introduced this approach, and whether this approach will be supported by the other countries?
Well, Yuri, thank you very much for the question. If we take, for example,
If possible, please use the microphone.
Thank you very much for the question. I will try to explain, although it's rather complicated, to make it briefly. But if we take into account, for example, the situation in the South China Sea, I suppose it's the most difficult conflict, maritime conflict in the world ocean. And my forecast, it could be resolved maybe in the future. But right now, it's very difficult to resolve it because many non-regional countries, especially like United States and their partners and allies like United Kingdom and even France, are involved in South China Sea issues and disputes and conflict. The United States' desire to protect the freedom of navigation is, of course, it's closely connected with the economic interest, freedom of trade. You know that about more than 80% of world trade is conducted by the sea and the ships. Of course, it's projection of power. For example, the Black Sea region. I suppose it's my deep concern, of course, that the United States will initiate during this new period of Cold War in our Russian-American relations. They will initiate a freedom of navigation operation not only in the Russian Arctic region, because, you know, we have a long-standing dispute in regards to the legal status of the Northern Sea route. We have absolutely different position. I suppose that the United States will initiate some kind of freedom of navigation operation in the Black Sea region, because as for Ukrainian side, as for American side and their allies, all waters around Crimea Peninsula, not Russian, they are Ukrainian. And if we look into history last 6 years, we can see that the United States initiated 2 freedom of navigation programs in regards to Russia. It was in the Peter the Great Bay, Russia Far East. If I'm not mistaken, it was in 2018 and 2020, when the United States trying to pass near Peter the Great. Peter the Great conflict is connected that in 1957, Soviet government closed all this maritime area with a straight baselines. Inside these baselines, all waters are internal, with the full sovereignty of Soviet, right now, Russian government. And we are measured all maritime zones from this baseline. From the United States position, it was absolutely incorrect. This baseline should be drawn more closely to the coastal line, coast of Soviet Union, never mind Russian Federation. So it's a very dangerous situation because right now, United States are trying to involve their partners to dispute many maritime conflicts and disputes, like in the South China Sea.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
I just want to add, if you remember that United States have 11 aircraft carrier, each 60 military airs can drop either atomic or other kinds of weapons to its opponent. And among all states, at least only one state has aircraft carrier, it's China. Russia doesn't have. So for that reason, such aggressive policy coincides with the strategy of the United States, freedom of movement of its aircraft carriers. That is why he insists to establish a freedom of movement over oceans. That's all.
Okay. Yeah, please. We have a question from the. Oh. I would like you please introduce yourself, your name and your institute, and the question we are going to ask.
My name is Alexei Stepanov, and I am the research fellow at the ISKRAN, Institute for the United States and Canadian Studies. And I wanted to ask a question to Sergei Trush. You elaborated a little bit about the prospects of China-Russia cooperation post, like after the special military operation ends one way or another. And you were saying that Chinese were not going to risk their economic ties with the rest of the world in favor of economic cooperation with Russia. But if you were to elaborate, what could be the potential areas of such bilateral cooperation? This is like the first question. And the second question, we can hear lately that some experts and pundits are saying that China is actually interested in Russia's being more weakened due to the fact of the special military operation. Do you think this is the case? And do you think that China is really interested in the weakened state of Russia? Because it will mean less pressure on the United States, which is, of course, their geopolitical rival. Thank you.
Yes, I'm here. Excuse me, the question is not very audible, and I didn't quite distinctly get the first part of your question concerning the cooperation, but I was not understanding what are you asking, cooperation of whom, with whom, reflecting to my talk. I'm not just getting the first part of your question. Will you say it again, please? And I'm not very audible from you.
Yes, I was asking about possible cooperation between China and Russia after the end of the special military operation by Russian forces. What are the areas where the cooperation is possible, in your view?
Okay. Well, we are now in a very turbulent part of international history, and it is quite difficult to foresee what would be the outcome of these events in Europe concerning Ukrainian crisis, involvement of the NATO in this Ukrainian knot, the further moves of Moscow, the further moves of NATO, the further moves of Washington. So it's quite difficult to shape what would the international relations and geopolitical landscape will be after the this or that end of this crisis we're having now. But even within this level of uncertainty, we can foresee that the basic motives of cohesion between Moscow and Beijing in various spheres, including political closeness of regimes, including the interdependence, growing economic ties and growing certain interdependence of economies, the sharing of many blocks of the worldview from Moscow and Beijing, these factors will still be on the ground. So all those bases for the closeness between Moscow and Beijing in that took place in the previous decade and that resulted in all these documents and all these practical moves that we were witnessing recently. They, in principle, they will be developing, and they will be don't have big obstacles for that. At the same time, as I mentioned in my presentation, well, the Ukrainian crisis is a certain it is certain draw a certain well, it's very unique phenomenon. It's very unique period, and both in Russian history, in developing of Russian foreign policy, in international relations in Europe and in the world. Both the West and China agree that this is the most acute, comprehensive crisis that we are witnessing now. So, and each actor of this crisis is assessing the new development of this situation. Moscow will be in a new shape, NATO will be in a new shape, China will be in a new shape. So each country will be assessing their own national interests in concrete specific time of history. So, and my understanding that Russian and Chinese relations in the new time of history will be having many new factors that in a certain one in many spheres will be driving each other a little bit closer and more closer, probably in economic sphere, in China coming into the Russian internal market, both for the Russian interests and for the interests of their own economy. But at the same time, moves of Russian foreign policy will be also assessed in China from the point of view of their own interests. Firstly, shaped in economy, in trade, in their economic and the economic build up and their role in the world. From this point of view, China will be in a new position because it will be risking certain gains that it could be received in the economic sphere. China will be assessing the risk of their ties with the Russian banks, with the investment into Russia. They will be still interested in keeping their economic relations with the West, with Europe. China will be playing a Europe card very intensively, as it was doing recently, trying to split the US-European geopolitical and economic and comprehensive lines. So there will be very many factors that will China be assessing from a new situation. So will you say, please, the second part of your question?
I think we might as well drop it for the sake of time, and you partly answered it in your answer to my first part of the question.
Yeah, okay. Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
Sergey Mikhailovich, I saw that you have a question to the auditorium. If you have, please ask it. If you still have it.
Well, I would be interested to talk to the Chinese colleagues, but unfortunately at this moment we don't have a capacity for that. Probably we can do it in the next session. Thank you.
We have one he will present his report in the next session.
Yeah, it's better do the next session. Thank you.
Let me ask one question to Professor Petrovsky. Now, Vladimir Evgenievich, can you hear us? Yeah, we see that you are online.
Yes, I'm here online.
My question is, in the current geopolitical situation, from your point of view, who is the main beneficiary of this global turbulence? Who will get the most benefits from it? Russia, China, United States, or probably possible benefits? Thank you.
Well, frankly speaking, I think that there are no beneficiaries to this situation at all. All parties related to the conflict, I mean conflict around Ukraine, have problems. Of course, Russia is under severe sanctions. China is also troubled because it has to balance relations with Russia, with the United States, and with Ukraine. Actually, the United States are also maybe in trouble because the current global order, which they were trying to build since the end of the Second World War, is going to be ruined, I think. And of course, Europe will also suffer because of, again, because of the anti-Russian sanctions. I mean, European economy will suffer definitely. So to my mind, all parties related to this situation might have losses because the lack of stability. This is the main thing to me.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I still encourage, maybe someone has remarks or question to say.
Time is up.
Time for coffee break. We still have 5 minutes for coffee break. Yeah. Let me ask one final question to Dr. Batu. Vladimir Igorevich.
Should I sit somewhere?
Yeah, okay, if possible, please. The characteristic of current situation, let's call it, maybe some experts call it the new Cold War, some experts call it the trade war, the changes of the global architecture. From your point of view, the main idea of it, is it an economical rivalry or military rivalry? How can we divide it or not?
I believe that, like it was during the First Cold War, that was it's primarily ideological rivalry between two visions of the future of mankind. During the First Cold War, that was the dramatic clash between communist approach to that future and liberal capitalist approach. Nowadays, we are witnessing two different ideologies. The first one of that of liberal globalism, the ideology of the United West, headed by the United States, and another the ideology of multipolar world, which is shared that ideology of these new centers of power, non-capitalist world, non-Western world, headed by such powers as Russia, China, and India. And though of course military and economic contradictions still play a very important role, I think that all these contradictions and problems could be easily settled if, and that is a very great if, the parties would manage to calm down somehow that ideological rivalry.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, we have listened 8 reports, and I have to say thank you to all the speakers. Now we have a coffee break, 30 minutes, and for people, for our colleagues in Zoom, we will start in 30 minutes in 1:30. Yeah. Thank you.
Let's have a break.
Dear colleagues, we're starting the second session of our conference. It will focus on the two-power competition region. Unfortunately, we have to change the order. Dr. Alexander Panov has to go to another event, so we'll give the floor to him. Then we will continue with the same list and order. Alexander Nikolaevich, are you ready?
Да, я готов. Меня слышно?
Yeah, we hear you really well. You're welcome.
The Russian war operation in Ukraine and comprehensive sanctions of United States and Europe against Russia has completed the process of the division of western part of the world into two openly confrontational camps. In Europe, the US strategy is to contain and dramatically weaken Russia, change political system. In Asia Pacific is almost the same strategy toward China. Washington proclaimed Russia and China as a threat to American national interests, enemies, which can jeopardize and destroy democracy and international order as they see it. For Washington now, when their might diminishing, impossible to confront two enemies simultaneously. So the strategy is to divide existing Russia-Chinese partnership without limits. The US bluntly warned China to avoid helping Russia evade punishment from sanctions. Otherwise, there will be sanctions against Beijing. There is information that President Biden, at his first meeting with Putin, said not directly but with some warning about powerful Russian neighbor along very lengthy border. In the past, the United States several times tried to organize some political military alliances in Asia-Pacific region, but they did not last long and disappeared. But the idea to organize semi-NATO alliance did not vanish. The United States in Indo-Pacific strategy released by Biden administration in February this year stressed a great importance of this region for American interests. In the document, Biden administration declares that China's coercion and aggression spans the globe, but it is most acute in the Indo-Pacific. In dealing with China's growing influence, Washington planning not to do it alone, but in cooperation with allies and partners in the region. In contrast with Asia-Pacific policy of Trump administration, which almost ignores the regional allies and ASEAN countries, now Washington demonstrates unusually active policy in the region. Vice President Harris, Secretary of Defense Austin, Secretary of State Blinken, and many other senior officials of administration visited countries of the region and not only main countries. President Biden organized video summits with almost all leaders of the region. To achieve a leading role and place in the region, Washington managed to form Quad 40-country forum. In adopted common papers, leaders of member countries proclaimed their commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific, free from military, economic, and political coercion, and regard the Quad as a mechanism to promote regional stability and prosperity. But Beijing describes the Quad as a mini NATO aimed to contain China. Russia shares this view. At this moment, the Quad is not organization with the full necessary attributes: charter, headquarters, main office, secretariat, no common defense policy, but some regular joint naval military maneuvers already are taking place. Biden administration paying much more attention to its main allies in the region. Republic of Korea is not a member of the Quad, but recently elected a new president is known to have a sympathetic attitude toward this forum. Japan fully supports American strategy in the region. In 2021, the United States, Britain, and Australia concluded AUKUS Pact, under which Washington and London will help Canberra acquire nuclear submarines. Nuclear-powered submarines of Australia may create a new strategic and unpredictable situation, cause dangerous underwater arms race. In future, United States see other countries of Asia and Europe as a participant of this AUKUS forum. At a virtual meeting of the Quad March 3 this year, leaders of 4 countries agreed that what is happening to Ukraine should not be allowed to happen in the Indo-Pacific. The statement made no mention of Taiwan, though in Washington and Taipei, there are politicians who made prediction that China will use situation in Ukraine for move against Taiwan. Actually, they are interested to inflame crisis over Taiwan and stimulate Taipei to proclaim independence, which will create a pretext for China to use force. Chairman Xi Jinping, in a video conversation with Biden, March 18, said in this connection, some individuals in the United States are sending the wrong signals to pro-independence forces in Taiwan, and that is very dangerous. All moves in the United States in the region could only intensify tension and deepen division in Asia-Pacific. But there are several reasons why the American strategy most probably does not have chances to succeed. First, Russia-China partnership meets national interests of both countries and based on common understanding that only together Moscow and Beijing will be able to withstand American pressure to prevent realized Washington strategy not to allow Russia and China become powerful actors in international affairs. Second, leading persons in Biden administration insist that the United States has enough power to concentrate on 2 theaters of war. But even many American experts don't believe in it, saying that Afghanistan revealed weakness of American military might. Nowadays, to have military presence or sending to the region aircraft carriers is not enough, and the United States simply does not have sufficient forces to bolster it toward deployments in the Asia-Pacific region. And more, the Biden administration has been criticized for lacking a solid economic pillar to its strategy for Asia-Pacific. At this moment, Washington does not have an economic strategy about long-term economic engagement in the region. Third, the strategy of the United States to isolate China and Russia and divide Asia-Pacific region, as the United States did in Europe, will not succeed if it will not receive support from India and ASEAN countries. India traditionally pursued a policy of non-alignment and most probably will continue balancing, avoiding tense frictions with China and Russia. Many countries in Asia-Pacific region, first of all members of ASEAN, do not feel the threat by China and interested in economic engagement with China. They are not willing to clearly take sides with either Washington or Beijing and want to seek peaceful coexistence based on cooperation. In conclusion, in Asia-Pacific, the preference should be given to dialogue and negotiations, not to military preparations. Chairman Xi Jinping in his virtual meeting with President Biden made clear that Washington's strategy in the Asia-Pacific region represents Cold War thinking. The Chinese policy is countries should not build exclusively bloc targeting or harming the interest of third parties. They should throw off Cold War mentality and ideological prejudices. Russia completely agrees with this philosophy. That's my report. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Professor, for brief and to the point. So Dr. Panov has to go to another event. That's why he won't stay with us on the Q&A session. Any questions to our speaker? Maybe questions from the Zoom? So, no question. Thanks once again, Alexander Nikolaevich. Thanks for participating in our conference. Well, we'll go further. Now we move to the Central Asia region, which marked by really large conferences at the end of 2021. And I now call Mabin, Associate Professor, Deputy Dean of the Center of SCO Studies, Fudan University. The topic is the US-China rivalry and comparison in Central Asia. Professor Mabin, you are welcome.
Thank you, Andley, and thank you, Yuli, for having me here. And at first, I hope to have 2 points for the response for the last past discussion. The first is China's policy. As we know, there's a lot of discussion about China's policy on the Russia-Ukraine crisis. They said that China held a policy of neutrality. It seems like China keeps itself outside of the progress. But as we know, China take a lot of activities. It not only contact with Russia, Ukraine, but also with US, EU, and they have the core, they have the diplomacy contact communications with the different parts of this conflict. So for my understanding, the China policy is not neutral. It's kind of moderate, but without using the way as US or some others wish or like. As several scholars said before, as we nowadays we are in an age of upheaval. Each great power of the world, they are trying very hard to reshape the world order. So in this kind of time, or in this kind of age, and considering China's broad interest in the world, so China did not be allowed to neutral, or China should not be neutral. It should play an active role in order to make sure the new world order will be respect its interest and its value. This is the first. The second is about the China's business or China's companies or businessmen thinking about this conflict. And in the past month, I interviewed and also be interviewed by many Chinese companies. They are very interesting and very concerned about this conflict and how it will go in. To be simple, those businessmen not only consist of the like the trading company or the financial companies like bank or the other kind of financial companies. They are focusing on 2 kinds of topics. The first is 3 kinds of topics. The first is the process of this conflict and or something like when this kind of conflict will be end. The second is the influence of this geopolitical conflict, especially the influence on the international market, like the energy, like the agriculture or logistics. And the third part is about the what kind of risk of Chinese companies will face, and how could they response for those how could they respond, especially about the conflict will cause what kind of risks to all the economic sanctions by the US and the EU and some other Western countries on Russia will cause the risks to the Chinese company. So these are two things, two simple response to the former discussion. And about my topic about the China and US competition and cooperation in Central Asia, I hope to make this very simple into three parts. The first is three questions. The first question is what kind of rival the US and China, and it's a very popular idea that China is the rival of economy, political, or military, or some other fields to the US. It's very popular in not only the US media, but also in the academias and policymakers. This is a very popular idea, but at the same time in China, US is always the #1 competitor for a lot of people, for their thoughts. US is the troublemaker to China, or the enemy of China, and especially on the China's territory and territory integrity and the sovereignty. US is the biggest challenge for a long time, especially for the trade wars and technology sanctions on China from US in the past several years. This kind of idea become more popular, especially on the social media. If you look at the Chinese social media, you will find a lot of such kind of ideas, and they are expressed very broad, and there's a lot of critics on this, and but for as we know, China and the US relations is much more than the binary opposition theory thinking. It's enemy or a friend. It's beyond that. And I always use one data about the two countries' relations. The first is almost half of China's trade surplus from the US market. And the second is 1/3 of China's foreign currency reserve, almost 1/3 of the China's foreign currency reserve was investing into US market. This is only a very simple example about the two countries' very complicated economic relations. And if we put the social level, like the education, like the culture or some other things, the two countries' relations is much more than the binary opposition theory thinking, because there's a data is before the pandemic, China's students who were going to forward for the study, half of them go to the US. That means on the social level, I mean, for the society, for the individual people, for the family, the US still the #1 market of the termination of their education and their maybe the learning and business. So this is a very big. This is the I think when we're talking about the two country relations, we have to put this on the mind and think about this kind of the more levels and the multiple levels of the two country relations, not only use the binary opposition theory to think about two countries relations. The policy meaning of this kind of relations is that the relations in the past several years between the two countries is not as the very popular idea like the decoupling or the decoupling between the two countries. So for my understanding, this kind of thinking or this kind of theory, I mean the decoupling theory, is an idealist imagining. It's not the reality. If we look at the two countries' trade and financial relations and some other under society relations in the past 2 years, I mean on the background in the context of the pandemic, there's also the opposite thinking or opposite conclusion about the enemy. But as we know, the two countries' competition or even against with each other in some fields like the strategy level or the military level, the relations are not very good. But as we know, sometimes there's conflict or some kind of enemy. So, but for a simple conclusion is the two country relations is not is very complicated, and we need to move away from the binary choice of either partner or enemy, and we have to put our thinking step forward, discuss what kind of cooperation and what kind of competition and what kind of conflict, and but not only use the partner or the enemy. This is the question number one. The second is about what's the meaning of the Central Asia to the two countries. The Central Asia is not the strategic priority of the U.S. Same to China. For the U.S., the Central Asia maybe in some special times or special issues, it will be very important, like the issues of anti-terrorism or Afghanistan war. But for the U.S., the Central Asia will not be the whole of wasting resources. Is the basic principle for their policy. For my understanding, this is one of the main reasons why U.S. withdrew from Afghanistan. For China, the Central Asia is related to two very important things. The first is the stability of Northwest China, and the second is the energy supply. This is the most important two parts of Central Asia related with China's interest. But for some local governments, Central Asia is very important for the economic cooperation. So I could not hear you. So
sorry, your time is up.
Okay, so I will make one sentence for the conclusion. Okay, the first is Central Asia is not the heartland of U.S.-China's competition and cooperation. Okay, that's the simple conclusion for that. Sorry for that.
Okay, thank you for your effort. Very interesting view, large-scale aspects on the possible variants of possible U.S.-China cooperation in Central Asia. And we coming back to Asia-Pacific region, which acts as a boundary between two opposing powers, and we are going to discuss key regional actors whose potential could have crucial importance for the US-China competition. India is obviously one of the major players because of its economic and human potential. So the chair recognizes Sergey Leonayev, Deputy Director of Institute for Far East Studies. You're welcome.
Thank you. Well, I also I would like to thank everybody for the opportunity to take part in such an important discussion. Well, let's really move from just China-US line to the very important line. It was the line between US and India. And first of all, a few words about the history. It's probably interesting from my point of view. The relations between Delhi and Washington have a variable history, as we know. In the last century, as some Americans put it, the relations were mainly similar to staging. There were, however, some ups and downs, but as a rule of so to say, polar directional, opposite character. For example, in 1962, the United States sided with India in a border war with China, but were against it during the Third Indo-Pakistani War of 1971. New tensions arose in 1998 when India carried its second nuclear tests and US sanctions quickly proclaimed in a wake. However, very soon, the relationship slowly but consistently headed up. In the first decade of this century, the Prime Minister of India and the US President held 5 summits. Let's remember that in previous 50 years, there were only 3. The next decade, summits became regular. Only from 2014 to 2020, Narendra Modi paid 6 visits to the US. Twice the head of the White House visited India. Last 2 years, Narendra Modi and Joseph Biden had at least 3 telephone conversations, finally held their first face-to-face bilateral meeting on the sidelines of Quad Summit in Washington. Since the beginning of this century, the trade turnover has increased tenfold, up to $146 billion in a record 2019. This strengthening of ties can be explained by a number of mutual interests, which are both bilateral and external in nature. Bilateral factors include trade and investment, including cooperation in the energy field, especially in its nuclear sector. For India, the nuclear status of which is only unofficial one, cooperation with the United States means easy access to the markets of nuclear raw materials and technologies, and generally strengthens its position of a nuclear state. In turn, the United States expects to facilitate access to the Indian nuclear power plant market, the capacity of which is estimated as $100 billion. To add more, India buys noticeable volumes of crude oil and LNG from the United States, 3 times more than from Russia. The last but not the least is that both sides experience mutual interest in promoting military technical cooperation. Americans enjoy large incomes, India, the diversification of sources of armed incomes. But not of less importance for the US and India are its external factors. Both are afraid of China, but each in its own way. The United States proceeds from the consideration of preserving its global leadership and seeks to make India as an ally in confrontation with China. India is guided by more complex consideration. New Delhi seems to expect the US support in long-standing territorial dispute with China, as well as in competition with it for regional influence, primarily in the Indian Ocean. In addition, India appreciates the US position in support of its full-fledged membership in the UN Security Council. Of course, in joint statements, Washington and Delhi does not present this position openly, often express their attitude to China factor as a simple intention to promote a stable Indo-Pacific and provide there a freedom of navigation. The Russian factor cannot but influence the agenda of dialogue between Washington and Delhi. It's not an occasion, for example, that India has recently experienced serious pressure from the United States in connection with the acquisition of Russian, in connection with purchasing of Russian S-400 air defense systems. And as far as in April this year, against the background of events in Ukraine, Washington warned India of serious risks in case it increased oil purchases from Russia. At the same time, it's not a secret that American-Indian ties have their opposite effect on Delhi's relations with Beijing and Moscow, evoking sufficient concern in both of these capitals, both in Beijing and Moscow. Speaking about short-term prospects of the relations between the United States and India, it's likely that general trends of recent years will be continued. The parties will cooperate in those areas where they exercise close interests, including their attitude towards the Chinese factor. But there will be the areas of divergence, of course, particularly when we speak about the Delhi's approaches. Just 2 points. Being, of course, interested in a dialogue with the United States, Delhi is clearly striving to preserve, as it was marked already today, in its traditional strategic autonomy and pursue a maximum diversified policy, both globally and regionally. There is no doubt, point number 2, that the degree of rapprochement between Delhi and Washington will be seriously dependent by the state of affairs in China-India relations. On the one hand, after the settlement of the acute phase of border conflict happened almost 2 years ago, tension between Beijing and Delhi still remain. But on the other hand, there are mutual signals that the parties do not exclude the resumption of full-scale cooperation. Anyway, but in last year, trade between two countries reached a record level in history, $125 billion. As far as just a month ago, March 9, the Chinese foreign minister again spoke in Beijing about the task of achieving sustainable peace between the two countries. 2 weeks later, Minister Wang Yi visited Delhi, where his Indian counterpart noted that Indians have interest in stable and predictable relations with China. Well, being back to India-US agenda, this means, I believe, that India, as it was earlier, in a dialogue with Washington, will be unlikely to cross the well-known anti-Chinese red lines. This also applies to the Quad dialogue, where Delhi declares, as we know, its focus only on economic issues. As for the impact of India-US dialogue on Russian-Indian relations, a certain balance is also likely to be expected, I believe. We should take into account that the position of neutrality taken by India in respect to the Ukraine conflict. And as it was in 2014, India's refusal to support the sanctions against Russia. Russian president visit to India last December and talks in Delhi held by Russian foreign minister a couple of days ago, both showed further success in Russia-India relations. But let's note that the same day the Prime Minister of India met Sergei Lavrov in Delhi, the same day he held detailed talks with the head of British Foreign Office. Moreover, since the beginning of the year, Narendra Modi has held telephone or online talks with almost all leaders of the West. In other words, India is going on with simultaneous dialogue with the Russian Federation on the one hand, and the US and its allies on the other hand. This trend seems to be the most likely for the near future.
Your time is up.
Oh, thank you very much. I was near to finish.
So, time limit. So we continue to explore Indian issue, Indian agenda, and I give the floor to Alexei Kupriyanov, Senior Research Fellow at the Institute of World Economy and International Relations. The topic is India's changing strategy from the Indian Ocean region to the Indo-Pacific and back again. Challenge, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, I will continue the Indian theme, so my speech is devoted to the complex problem of Indian external policy strategy and to the factors that led India first to the development of the idea of Indian Ocean region as a sphere of influence, and then to the expansion concept of Indo-Pacific, and now it seems to me is leading, if not to return to the former borders, but to the formation of two zones. So the main one is the form of Indian Ocean region, and the outer one is the form of Western and Southern Pacific. So as a historian, I like to say some words about history. And so during the company rule in India and during the British Raj, India was a kind of sub-empire inside the great British Empire, and its geopolitical strategy as a sub-empire was to defend the land frontier against a possible Russian invasion. And maritime security was provided fully by the Royal Navy. The Indian Navy also existed, but first in the form of the Bombay Flotilla, then as Royal Indian Navy, but was used only for auxiliary purposes. And after India gained independence, it began to gradually develop its navy. Initially, it was assumed that this would be done within the framework of the British Commonwealth. So India would be in fact the pillar of Commonwealth forces in the Indian Ocean region. However, Jawaharlal Nehru chose non-alignment strategy, and relations between India and Great Britain became colder, and the Indians tried to build a large navy by themselves, but without any success, because due to the lack of money, and as a result, in the second Indo-Pakistani War in 1965, the Pakistani Navy achieved a number of local successes, and India could not oppose these actions. And in 1971, India took revenge at sea with the help of Soviet Union. The USSR provided it with the latest weapons, including missile boats, and trained Indian naval officers to handle them. And after the war, India remained as dominant local player, although not so powerful as not powerful enough to match the American and Russia, Soviet Union presence in the region. But at the same time, in fact, Indian forces were stronger than all the other regional players combined. And this led to the so-called creation of so-called India Doctrine. This name was given by the Western media. It was not officially recorded anywhere. The doctrine implies that India has had the right to interfere in the affairs of neighboring states in order to maintain the status quo. There is one example of the application of the Indian doctrine and practice. It was Operation Cactus, the restoration of the power of legitimate president in Maldives. In 90s, the formation of Indian Ocean region as a sphere of Indian control continued, and with the end of the bipolar confrontation, it began to be perceived as a sphere of political, economical, and military security. And in the beginning of the 21st century, the so-called concept of three circles was formulated. Indians usually call them three mandalas: the immediate neighborhood, the extended neighborhood, and the rest of the world. And the entire northeastern part of the Indian Ocean fell into the immediate neighborhood zone, while the rest of the ocean fell into the extended neighborhood zone. In 2006, India achieved an economic growth rate about 10% per annum and has improved relations with the United States. And the reason for this rapprochement was the growth of Chinese power, which has been troubling India, in fact, since the 60s. In 2007, Indian experts and naval officers, Premvir Das and Khurana, proposed the concept of Indo-Pacific based on the fact that India, due to its geographical position, would be able, if necessary, to control the Chinese trade route from the Middle East, thereby have an implicit influence on the Chinese foreign policy. Initially, Indo-Pacific was conceived as mainly a security concept, but subsequently the government of Narendra Modi significantly expanded its scope, and Indo-Pacific has become a civilizational, cultural, and political concept, while its military component has become much weaker. And, from my point of view, this happened for four reasons. First, the Indian elites were afraid to get involved in a real confrontation in the South China Sea. And even more, to conflict with China there for the sake of the interests of other countries such as Philippines or Vietnam. The Indian Navy, which is significantly inferior to the Chinese, one in size, would lose in the event of conflict all advantages that it would have received in the event of conflict, of a battle of its coast in the Andaman position, such as ability to launch missile and air strikes from the coast. Secondly, the concept of Indo-Pacific as security system in itself turned out to be a mistake. This became clear during the conflict in the Galvan River Valley when, so in an attempt to influence the actions of China, the Indian Navy went to sea, implicitly threatening Chinese shipping. And in accordance with the logic of the Pacific concept, the logic of Quran and us, it should have prompted the Chinese to think about the supply route, supply line, and so to stop the escalation or send the squadron into the Indian Ocean where it would be at a disadvantage. But instead, the Chinese continued to quietly transport the goods, and so that presenting the Indians with a choice. To try to interfere with this transportation, which would mean an escalation of the conflict, or to retreat. And the Indians retreated as the confrontation on the Galvan Valley was over, but it became clear that the very idea of Indo-Pacific as a deterrent so just didn't work. And thirdly, problems began in another promising direction in the South Pacific, because the Indian leadership was planning humanitarian, economic, and possibly military expansion in this region based on the Paris-New Delhi-Canberra axis. But recent disagreements between France and Australia, so after Australia's decision to break off cooperation with France in favor of cooperation with the US in its entry into AUKUS, in fact, have shattered all Indian dreams. And finally, problems began in the Indian economy because since 2008, a gradual decline in growth rates has begun, and at first it was attributed to the economic crisis, then to the mistakes of Manmohan Singh government, then to COVID. But for me, it seems that it is a long-term process caused by the extortion of the growth model of the service sector. It began, that was laid down in the 90s. So even before the crisis began, in fact, these reasons led to the Indian leadership to return to the idea of Indian Ocean as a sphere of security, and this was reflected in the establishment of relations with the countries in the western part of Indian Ocean. So India traditionally paid little attention to these relations. we saw the abandonment of the construction of the new aircraft carrier in favor of construction submarines, which are less suitable for displaying the flag, but are needed for the A2AD strategy. So this process began last autumn, but now it will obviously accelerate, because in the context of the collective war system, India wants to build a fortress India on the borders of the Indian Ocean region, where it will survive this crisis. The Ukrainian conflict provides India with a tremendous opportunity to strengthen its economy, because Russia, deprived of the access to Western markets, will look for partners in the East, and the most obvious partner through which it can be guaranteed to receive Western technologies and Western investments, in fact, is India. Because for India, Russia is becoming a chance to get out of the stagnation that has begun, as it provides its market for Indian goods and its technologies for Indian economy. And in this situation, India ceases to be interested in expansion, because it's more profitable for India to shut itself up in its fortress, normalize relations with all its neighbors, and develop economically, taking advantages of its unique position as a great power that maintains good ties with India, China, and the United States. And so the course toward full-fledged expansion will most likely be abandoned. And we will see, I think, the preservation of the former Indo-Pacific rhetoric, while real integration projects can be carried out primarily in the Indian Ocean. And in the Pacific, we will see only cultural and partially economic initiatives. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Alexei. Brilliant report, as usual. So we go further, and I call on Alexei Stepanov, Research Fellow of Institute of US and Canadian Studies, Russian Academics of Sciences. The topic is US policy towards Southeast Asia, from Barack Obama to Joe Biden. This is CH. You're welcome.
Hello, once again, thank you for giving me the floor. It is a great honor to speak in this audience. And I think this audience needs no other reminder about how the Southeast Asian sub-region is important to the United States and to world economy and world politics in general, especially not nowadays, where at least theoretically speaking, it is at the very heart of the Indo-Pacific concept, because it is situated right on the intersection of Indian and Pacific Oceans. And we know there are several challenges there for the United States. Probably the most significant challenge is China, which we will leave, I think, out of this discussion for now. And also, the region has religious conflicts and a lot of other ethnical contradictions, as well as international crime, terrorism, income inequality, and other issues. And now I wanted to briefly touch upon the approach of three consequent administrations, starting from Obama administration and to Biden administration, with regard to the US policy in the Southeast Asia. Because we know that every American administration tried to formulate its own agenda in the region. And during the times of the Obama administration, the region was the subject of unprecedented diplomatic attention on behalf of the United States. And one of the major priorities was integration into the international organizations in the region. During the Obama era, United States and ASEAN signed the Mutual Amity and Cooperation Treaty in 2009, and they also dispatched an ambassador to the organization and also hosted a number of high-level US-ASEAN meetings. Also, the United States became part of the East Asia Summit and started taking part in the ASEAN Defense Ministers meetings plus. And also, there was a lot of cooperation between the United States and the countries of the region in such spheres as maritime security, non-proliferation, combat against terrorism, and other security issues. And what concerns specific countries, the Obama administration gave priority to breaking ground with the new partners. And during the Obama years, there were a number of unprecedented or very rare moves on behalf of the United States, such as the attempts to build ties with Lao PDR, the Hillary Clinton visit to Myanmar in 2011, and the lifting of the long-standing arms embargo towards Vietnam. And also Obama himself was a frequent visitor to the Southeast Asia. But of course, we know that he had some severe financial restrictions. So his Southeast Asia policy could not probably bear fruit to its full potential. And also the Southeast Asia was the central element of the Asia pivot policy. And the TPP was the economic pillar of the policy, which allowed to, in fact, to create free trade zones, free trade agreements with such important Southeast Asian countries as Malaysia and Vietnam. And but at the same time, such countries as Indonesia and Thailand were not members of the TPP, so it created the atmosphere of split within ASEAN, which was not very constructive, according to some. And also, the US-Asia pivot resulted in the fact that many other major countries from other regions of the world also started pivoting towards Asia Pacific and become interested in the region. But during the second term of Obama, there began doubts about the seriousness of the US intentions with regard to the pivot, and this was caused mainly by the perceived weak response of the United States against Chinese coercive actions against Southeast Asian countries such as Vietnam, Philippines, and the other cases where the United States, in fact, restrained from intervening into what was happening. During the Trump years, the main logic of the United States interaction with the Southeast Asia was if particular countries of Southeast Asia were ready to continue the cooperation with the United States to particular issues, the cooperation still lasted, but the ASEAN in fact ceased to be the central element of the US strategy in the Asia Pacific, because the central element of the strategy became the geopolitical competition between the United States and China. And here we need to say that the majority of Southeast Asian elites feel somewhat allergic to the paradigm of great power competition. And during Trump years, we can see that in spite of the fact that Asia Pacific was mentioned in many of the US doctrinal documents, in fact, we seldom had key US officials visits to the region, and other contacts in the multilateral fora were rather sporadic during the period. Mainly, this could be explained by the fact that during the Trump administration, the cooperation with international organizations was considered not to be the priority, and the priority was more bilateral than multilateral cooperation. But what Trump administration managed to achieve, this is a security cooperation with Southeast Asia, including such initiatives as Southeast Asia Maritime Security Initiative, and later Asia-Pacific security initiative. And what concerns the great power competition with China, the countries of the region didn't perceive it to be the fault of China and China alone, but rather China and the inconsistency of Trump's foreign policy. What concerns Biden, when there were prospects of, when the countries of the region first learned about the prospects of Biden's coming to power, they were a bit concerned, especially those who had disputes in the South China Sea with China, because they thought that the policy of Biden with regard to China would be soft, and there will be more active cooperation between the two countries. So now we have several doctrinal documents issued by Biden, and we can say that in the, for example, in the Indo-Pacific strategy, there is quite a lot of attention paid to the ASEAN, but to my mind, the return to the policy of Obama that some experts predict is impossible, because the balance of power has changed, the actions of China have changed, some countries of ASEAN have new priorities, and the United States itself prioritizes mainly repairing ties with the main with its main allies, such as Japan, Australia, maybe building more ties with India, and of course Vietnam is paid a lot of attention as well, because arguably it has the most potential of increasing cooperation with the United States. And in general, we can see that the powers of the region do not hurry to move their bilateral cooperation with the United States, because they don't see the comprehensive US strategy in this regard, and they also do not wish to to get rid of ties with China, even if they understand the risks of such ties, because they are very dependent on the PRC in their investment and economic policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexei. With a retrospective view on the problems of Southeast region. But we go southward, and the Australian topic next in turn. Australia became one more pillar in the US policy of containment of China, despite its really close and mutually beneficial ties between them. So I give the floor to Dmitry Stepanovich, research fellow of Institute of World Economy and International Relations. The topic is Australian capabilities as a force multiplier for the US-led alliances. Dmitry, you're welcome.
Thank you, and it's an honor to be here at such a great conference, a timely conference, and I'll try to add some Australian part to the debate very heavy, because recently Australia has rapidly started to become an important factor in the whole Asia Pacific, and also as a part of the US-led alliances. It is not a new development, because there was treaties that put Australia together with the US, with Great Britain, with other countries together, security-wise for a while. Australia participated in the global war on terror and so on. Australia was deeply involved in a number of military technical cooperation projects for quite a while already as well. And moreover, it is actually quite interesting how Australia became both a producer and an importer of several types of military equipment, with a big focus on localization of the production of military equipment on Australian territory. However, things changed dramatically when we saw the unraveling of the broad competition between US and China. Originally, as you obviously all know, and it actually remains relevant, Australia was one of the main economic partners of China in the region, or vice versa. China was a crucial economic partner for Australia, and actually to some extent remains so. But probably the Chinese side overestimated its economic dependency, and with a rather aggressive economic and political pressure, they've received exactly the opposite result. We saw how Australia formed a trilateral partnership with the US and Great Britain, the so-called AUKUS, and this partnership is rapidly developing. The biggest thing that we obviously all know about is the story with nuclear submarines, of course armed with conventional weapons, but nevertheless, this project is like the main within the AUKUS framework, and it also led to some serious problems within the allied architecture of the US, but nevertheless the decision was made for quite obvious reasons, because nuclear-powered submarines have a lot of advantages, given the geography of the region, time and station, and things like that. I will not dive deeper that in these details, but we can discuss it later. At the same time, but I should emphasize that the idea that nuclear-powered vessels will be delivered to essentially non-nuclear state, and also the fact that those will be delivered with nuclear reactors that operate on enriched uranium, as it is in the UK and in the British and American tradition. Technology-wise, it is a major issue for the global non-proliferation regime, and of course, Americans and everyone else emphasize that they will do whatever is needed to ensure that there are no proliferation challenges. It will remain an important talking point. But apart from these submarines, which are important, there are quite a number of other domains where we see increased preparation, increased involvement of Australia in developing different capabilities. One of those, to name a few, one of those is the increased Australian capabilities in anti-submarine warfare. They've purchased quite a number of sophisticated patrol aircraft from the US, and this project is ongoing. They've developing their own navy, and together with other developments, it will lead to a shift in security architecture in the region. But I will say more about that later. Apart from that, Australia has been one of the most well-developed countries in terms of emerging technologies or disruptive technologies. Different people use different words in this regard, and AUKUS became an important platform for joint developments in this area. Actually, yesterday there was a joint statement by leaders of AUKUS, and a fact sheet was released about details of this partnership. And I'll just name several capabilities that were emphasized apart from the nuclear submarines several months ago. Those are undersea capabilities with focus on uncrewed underwater vehicles. Those are quantum technologies with a very interesting detail that they focus on investing in not next generation, but over the next generation technologies. This is not something that will happen soon, but the priorities are obvious. Of course, things like artificial intelligence and autonomy, advanced cyber capabilities, electronic warfare, and innovation in general are there. And Australia have invested in this domain itself for quite a while. So we see that there some sort of synergy effect is planned for the AUKUS-wide development. And of course, there are hypersonic and counter-hypersonic capabilities. If we speak about hypersonic weapons, there are no news in that, because there was a very long-term project called HiFire between the US and Australia, which used Australian capabilities both in terms of researchers, intellectual powers, but also in terms of availability of test ranges and other assets. This project was moved to another stage from purely research thing to a thing called SciFire, which had development of hypersonic weapons for tactical aircraft as its main priority, but not only for strike aircraft, but also for the patrol aircraft like Poseidon, which I mentioned earlier. And now we have UK joining this process. I think there will be no new projects restarted. It will be just another shift in the priorities, in the details of the projects I've mentioned. And I would like to remind everyone that UK is developing their own next generation strike aircraft within the so-called Tempest program, and it was announced that it will be capable of using hypersonic weapons as well. It is not something that will change the overall objective dramatically or immediately, but it shows the interest of Australia in obtaining such capabilities. And they're interested in developing the regular long-range strike platforms as well, or obtaining those. There are plans to sell all sorts of cruise missiles, air-launched cruise missiles, sea-launched cruise missiles, and there is a continuous talk that after the US withdrawal from the INF Treaty, Intermediate Range Black Horse Treaty, which died a few years ago, the conventionally armed intermediate range missiles might appear in Australia as well. It's not a done deal, and we haven't seen dramatic progress on the US side in developing such weapons, but this is definitely a possibility. While speaking about AUKUS and hypersonic weapons, I've mentioned that there are interest in developing counter-hypersonic capabilities. And in this case, obviously, it relates to the deployed hypersonic weapons by China. Those weapons do not yet threaten Australia itself due to their range, but they play an important role in a broader security architecture in the region and threatening the US assets, US Navy in the region. So probably there will be some, again, search for synergy effect given the geography of Australia. And I would like to mention another important military or defense asset in Australia, the so-called Jindalee Operational Radar Network, or JORN. It is one of the most sophisticated over-the-horizon radar capabilities in the world, and it provides coverage of sea and airspace adjacent to Australian northern borders for distances between 1,000 to 3,000 kilometers at the moment, because currently there is an ongoing modernization project which involves Biosystems, a UK company, and this project started long before August. Such over-the-horizon radar capabilities have been tested as a useful added layer of early warning and raw data source for missile defenses as well. So so far there are no details whether there are plans to integrate JORN into regional or global missile defense architecture, but this is definitely a possibility. What does it mean for the regional and global security? Well, security dilemma might sound like a simple concept, but it works perfectly in this case. We see that whenever this or that country invests in this or that capability, its neighbors or its competitors, or even its partners sometimes, immediately look for ways to offset this capability. Because whenever you think you are enhancing your security, your neighboring state will think that you are trying to undermine their security. In this case, what is even more important, the development of the Australian capabilities will lead to possible freeing up of the US capabilities and British capabilities elsewhere. This means that overall the challenges to China and to Russia will grow over the next several years, but probably not immediately, but something like 10 to 15 years. Currently, we do not see any winners here, actually. The situation is developing rapidly and dramatically, and I hope that there will be enough political will in all the countries involved not to engage in this same the processes that we saw during the regional Cold War, when we saw that countries invested in their defensive forces, believing that thus they will improve their security, but just to avoid this stage and start to think about ways to ensure security through other measures, risk reduction, through confidence building measures and crowd control. That was all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dmitry. Complicated issue, so thank you so much for your report. And in the end of the second session, let's look at the Russia's view on the US-China competition at the Asia-Pacific region. The chair recognizes Anna Kireva, Research Fellow, Center for Comprehensive Chinese Studies and Regional Projects, Gima University. Anna, you're welcome.
Thank you so much. For sure, the topic has somewhat when I at first presented this topic, it was before the conflict over Ukraine. So it seems that now the context has changed dramatically from my topic. So part of the things that I'm going to talk about, they predate the current situation. Also, I'll try to dwell on what has been happening and what it means for Russia. In terms of US-China competition, as mentioned today as well, we can see that it has a lot of dimensions, a full-fledged one, a geopolitical, geoeconomic competition, but also a technological one, and strategic one for leadership and for structuring and restructuring the regional order in the Indo-Pacific. And it is not a coincidence that China's Belt and Road actually targets the same geographical space as the Indo-Pacific. So basically, we are talking about one and the same huge space of Asia, Eurasia, and the whole continent. And of course, there is also the ideological dimension of this competition that has been mentioned today. If we look where Russia stands here, on the one hand, we can clearly see that a strategic competition between Russia and China has a form of a deep alignment, not an alliance, but an alignment between the powers that has been concentrated on a number of common principles, goals, and first and foremost, quest for a polycentric or multipolar global order and opposition to what is described as US hegemony or US preeminence. At the same time, this kind of policy being in alignment is not a full-fledged alliance without clear obligations to defend each other, and it also is clearly connected with Russia's Asian policy in general. Russia's Asian policy traditionally has been keen to diversify its relations with Asia. Of course, China has always been the #1 strategic partner, especially in politics and security, and economics and energy as well. But apart from China, Russia has always enjoyed partnerships and alignments with other major powers, with India and Vietnam probably being major strategic partners, which Russia enjoys a good relationship in politics and security as well. And here also Japan and South Korea have always acted as important security and political partners in terms of the states that Russia needs to have dialogue with, at least, even having differences. And also Japan and South Korea has always been #1 partners for Russia's economic modernization of the Far East and Russia in general. Neutrality in regional disputes has always been the key policy for Russia, be it the South China Sea or China-India disputes or other major conflicts in Asia. Supporting ASEAN centrality and supporting a polycentric regional order where Russia could act as one of the centers of power, also has always been one of the major features of Russia's Asian policy. And the order that Russia would like to see should not be dominated by one single power, be it the US or China, and also should be kind of pluralistic, meaning that different economic regimes can also be present. Clearly, Russia has been concerned about the US policy in many ways in Asia, in the Indo-Pacific, American alliances, ballistic missile defense, and more recently, a possible deployment of intermediate range missiles in Asia, which now seems to be imminent in several years. Russia has been consistently criticizing the American Indo-Pacific strategy for with Indo-Pacific and the Indo-Pacific concept in general, mostly concentrating on the American version of it. The American strategy is believed to be focused on containing China and creating a competitive rather than cooperative environment in Asia and the Indo-Pacific. At the same time, Russia's and especially the Minister of Foreign Affairs, constant criticism of the Indo-Pacific dealt some damage for Russia's relations with other regional states, especially the states which had their own and have still their own Indo-Pacific strategies, such as India, for example, and Japan. And given that there are differences between the Indo-Pacific strategies and visions of different regional states, for Russian partners, it sometimes seemed that Russia clearly concentrates too much on the American version or American strategy of the Indo-Pacific, not really giving its weight to other strategies and other differences, especially the ones like the Indian ones and the ASEAN vision of the Indo-Pacific that can that have the idea of a more diversified, inclusive region, which includes the positions of other states as well. Also, we can say that even despite Russia's disagreements with the US and Asia, if we compare Asia with Europe, mostly here the disagreements were much less pronounced than in Europe. And Russia was mostly careful not to balance the US specifically in Asia, balance the US globally in Europe mostly, but mostly not specifically in Asia, with most of the security conflicts being concentrated in Europe. And relations with the American allies mostly followed their own logic of development, and for the most part they were not concentrated on Russia-US relations, but rather on they had their own dynamics. However, recently we can name probably two major developments and changes that have changed and are going to change this perspective. The first comes from US-China strategic competition. Here with the US starting from the Obama administration paying more of its attention to the region, it clearly has an impact on Russia's own security and on Russia's own understanding of its role in Asia. The most clear example is the deployment of intermediate range ballistic missiles, which can make Russia to have more incentives to balance the US, specifically in Asia, specifically in the Far East. And also it has prompted Russia-China security cooperation in the forms which were not seen before, such as joint air patrols, which are clearly aimed at the United States and its alliances in Asia. The second major development is, of course, the conflict over Ukraine, which clearly has an impact on Russia's policy in Asia. Even before the current conflict, the American cuts or sanctions already impacted Russia's arms exports, and there were clear difficulties for such countries as Indonesia and India. Also, there was much greater pressure on India and Vietnam due to on Russia's relations with India and Vietnam from the United States. And the current conflict, of course, is going to have much more influence. There has been a number of regional states that have imposed sanctions. They include Australia, New Zealand, Singapore, Japan, South Korea. From these states, probably the states that matter most are Japan and South Korea, simply because economic and trade and technological investment partnerships have been much more prominent than those with Australia, New Zealand, and Singapore. And up to date, South Korea mostly has been considering imposing the sanctions that can shield itself from the American secondary sanctions. It means that South Korea is going to impose export control regime, which will prohibit exports to Russia of different strategic components, strategic goods such as semiconductors, equipment, and everything for the military use and dual purpose use. But with Japan, the situation is completely different, and Japanese sanctions are really very broad. They target financial sphere, but actually they have one of the strictest exports control up to date. There is an entity list with a lot of Russian companies, a lot of Russian factories in air industry, in shipbuilding industry, to which export is simply prohibited, export of anything. And there's also a huge list, about 300 items on the list of prohibited goods that actually include almost everything that you can think of, from semiconductors to sensors to all the equipment, all the kinds of equipment. So with such kind of sanctions, it's very clear that Russia-Japan relations have been altered dramatically. Until the sanctions are in effect, Japan will no longer be the country that can provide its technologies for Russia's economic modernization. So for the prospects, we are definitely going to see more cooperation with non-Western states. Russia simply has no other options. It's highly likely that its cooperation with Japan and South Korea will be limited, as well as with Singapore as well. And here we've got maybe two major scenarios: that Russia will be much closer to China, and that Russia still will try to diversify its strategy given the current circumstances, within the current circumstances. Meaning that trying to maintain and enhance relations with states that have not imposed sanctions, and still trying to strive for a polycentric regional order. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Anna. Okay, dear colleagues, we finished our agenda, and it's time for our Q&A session. So I would like to use my moderator privilege to ask the first question to Dmitry Stepanovich. My question related to the Huawei factor in US principles of choosing allies for its alliances. For example, if we remember, Australia banned Huawei activities on its territory, unlike New Zealand and unlike Canada, for example. How do you think, is it the number one reason, is it number one principle choosing allies for its alliance on the part of the United States or not?
I can reply.
Okay.
Well, I don't think that Huawei explicitly is the important factor here. I think if we speak about New Zealand, New Zealand is much less bellicose, to put it this way, compared to Australia. For example, New Zealand have very strict anti-nuclear policies, and basically they could not provide the same capabilities that Australia could. But of course, so the case of Huawei is not the driver, but a symptom. Some countries obviously prefer to, well, retain some level of independence and some level of not choosing sides in this broad conflict. And I think for countries like New Zealand, it is actually quite important, and for many countries as well. We see the similar dynamics in some Southeast Asian countries too, when they try not to become too close to both to either China or the US. And until recently, it actually provided quite a number of opportunities for Russia to become their partner, both in terms of military technical cooperation and other areas. Things will become harder after 24th of February, but there are still some opportunities there for Russia.
Thank you. And one more topic which I would like to ask all our participants, because we discussed Indian factor in US-China competition as well as Australian factor, but what about other key regional powers such as Japan and South Korea? How do you think, can they play a great role as a multiplier in US allies or not? How do you think? Yes, please. How?
I can cover the Japanese part of it. So on the Japan side, Japan is clearly greatly alive. That was a great idea. Thank you. To turn on the mic. Yeah, I'm a lady. I sometimes forget about such things. On Japan is very clearly aligned with the United States, and here it sees its interests as also very clearly aligned for the free and open Indo-Pacific and the free and open what Japan thinks it's rule-based order in the Indo-Pacific. And specifically on the security side, here Japan has been a prominent, I think, a major factor in all American planning in the region in the Indo-Pacific, and here on the Japanese basis, we do have a lot of forward deployed forces that the US has in the region. For sure, Japan's military and security capabilities are of a major factor here. Specifically in the conflict that is being discussed at present a lot is, as we have mentioned today, is the Taiwan issue. And the possible conflict over Taiwan here, Japan's possible involvement on the US side is a major factor for the regional power balance and is a major factor for the potential consequences of the conflict. Several years ago, Japan adopted a legislation that allows collective security collective self-defense. And if the situation over Taiwan is interpreted as threatening Japan's own security, which might be the case for Japan, then it will mean that Japan's self-defense forces may actually come and help the United States, specifically here in the conflict on the ground. So I guess here Japan's role is very important. But on the other hand, of course, Japan has very, very close economic relations with China, a lot of economic interdependence, and Japan is not ready to abandon its economic relations with China. It sees it's profitable. And in the last decade, Japan companies have actually changed their not investment model, but probably the nature of economic relations has changed in the way that previously most of the Japanese goods were exported to the US and other markets. But now most of the goods which are produced by Japanese companies in China actually go to the Chinese own market with the growing middle class. So for Japanese companies, these are huge revenues, and Japan would not be willing to abandon them. So even having its own conflicts with China in the East China Sea, Japan still prefers somehow to be on the US side in the security realm, in the security sphere, but at the same time continue its economic relationship with China. For now, the strategy has worked, but if there is a major conflict, of course, it will be put under severe strain. And also, I think a very interesting discussion that I have heard in Japan now is about economic security, and they consider their response to Russia, their sanctions targeting Russia over this conflict in Ukraine, as an example of how their new economic security legislation can be put in practice if the same situation emerges over Taiwan, if Japan has to to disrupt its economic relations with China. Here, Russia and what they could do with Russia provides an example for Japan. It's kind of, it can be illustrative of Japan's future policy, and the thing that they have been thinking about now is in relation with all this conflict is like, what happens if China does the same over Taiwan, basically.
Thank you. Any more opinions about that? No? So I see the question from the servitors. You're welcome.
Well, I would be interested to have a response from our Chinese colleague, but I'm not sure whether he's still in the audience. Is he?
We see he's here. Just a second. Professor Mabin.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, very good. Very nice.
Okay.
Professor Mabin, thank you very much for your interesting presentation that went beyond your main topic, and it was very interesting and provoking to hear that. So on that base, let me ask you two questions. One of them a little bit more broader than you are probably specialized in, but at the same time we value very much the contact with Chinese scholars, so we are trying to get to the hot questions. The US-China, well, the first question will be like this. The US-China competition is the comprehensive competition. It is being developed in the economic, technological, military, political, ideological spheres. But it is also more and more becoming the competition between the models of development, between the US and Chinese model of development. In this sense, I will be interested your perspective as a political scientist, a political scholar, political science scholar. What is your thinking about the recent evolution of Chinese model of development under Xi Jinping? We know that Xi Jinping has a great impact on the development of the whole Chinese political system in all its spheres, in foreign policy, nation building, all that. But speaking about the model of development of China, especially in competition with the United States, what was the new things during this last 12 years also under Xi Jinping in the development of the Chinese model of development? This is the first one. This is up to you. I do understand that it's a broad question, but since if you have some reflection on that, it will be very valuable. The second is more pragmatic question is, we know that Chinese political audience inside China is discussing very intensively what's going on between Russia, Ukraine, the reasons of these conflicts, its implications, the broader context, the future reflection of China on what will be going on in Europe and with Russia. Can you a little bit more elaborate on what are the main positions, main arguments, main discussions are going on inside Chinese internal political expert sphere on this topic? Thank you very much. But it's quite absolutely optional for you. Can take this question or that, up to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor. And yes, as you said, it's very critical and very broad-minded questions. For the first one, I try my best to share my view about these two questions. For the first one about the U.S.-China's competition, as you said, is a comprehensive competition, and I know there are a lot of discussion about the new development of this kind of competition. And it seems like the model of development, but for my and there are also some propaganda things about such kind of words about the model of Chinese development and the model of competition. But if we look at the past 40 years and what kind of development in China in the economy, in the society and the militaries, I think maybe there's not so distinguished difference with the other countries' development. Even a lot of professors, a lot of maybe Chinese observers, they prefer use the model of development, the Chinese model. But for my understanding, if we put this kind of development in the long history, maybe it's not so quite new. This is my point number one. The point number two, as you mentioned, is what kind of new in the past 12 years as the era of President Xi Jinping. For my understanding, for the basic principle, there's nothing, or there's no big change, but there are some transform, like more aggressive in the diplomacy and more maybe more management or regulation of the economies. This is two things two things new compared to the Hu's time and maybe the Jiang's era. And as we know, there are also some political changes in the past 12 years. But for my understanding, this kind of changes are only on the technical level, not the strategic level. That means it's related with the model, something, if we can use the word model, but not the feature, not the basic or principal things of the development. This I try to make this clear, but it's very complicated and it's very hard to see this about this in our simple words. For the second question is about the Chinese position. As if I'm not wrong, is the Chinese position between the EU and between Russia and the EU, or
just the discussions inside China about the Russian-Ukrainian conflict.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. About this conflict, there, to be frankly, there are very opposite opinions in the Chinese media or academia. Very opposite opinions about this, and basically there are three. We can divide this into three parts. The first is a lot of people think such kind of conflict is caused by the long-term pressure on Russia from the U.S. and the EU, like NATO's enlargement, like some sanctions on Russia, something like that. This is the first very typical idea about this conflict. They think this mainly caused by the U.S. unfair policy toward Russia. This is the typical one. The second is the second part. They think that such kind of such kind of conflict and such kind of military operation is damaged the international law, because Ukraine is an independent country. This is the second very typical idea, second kind of idea about such kind of conflict. And the third one is not maybe the third part, maybe the third kind of opinion hope to moderate the two very opposite ideas. To think we should think about this more rational. We should find the reasons, find the ideas from different paths, not only from Russia, but also Ukraine, but also the other paths. This is the three very typical ideas about this conflict. And there's also another, I think there's also another very popular idea about this conflict is we should think about this based we should think about this based on the Chinese interest, not the other path, not accuse Russia or Ukraine or US. We should put such kind of thinking on the basis of Chinese national interests. I think these are the four typical thinking about such conflict. Okay, I hope I can also explain this clearly.
Thank you very much. Very interesting perspective. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. My pleasure.
Thank you, Professor Mabin, for answering the question. Any more questions?
Maybe one more question to Professor Mabin.
Yeah, please. Problem.
Professor Mabin, thank you very much for your answers. One more question connected with Ukraine. And your
okay, I couldn't hear you very clearly.
Huh?
He cannot hear us clearly.
What's okay. Professor Mabin, one more question connected with the situation in Ukraine. Do you hear me? Yeah. Well, as far as
Yes.
your remarks, you said that Chinese companies will feel something like worries about the risks of the second round of sanctions. My question, I believe, is not provocative, but just a very simple one, pragmatic one. What is, from your opinion, the extent and the level of such worries? Would Chinese companies ease or even stop just interaction with the Russian companies if such risks can be observed as very high?
Okay. For my observations of Chinese companies thinking, I think their opinion about this kind of risks have evolution. At the beginning of this conflict, their attitude about this is not very high. And the worries are not very high, and they think there are some risks, but not very high. But when the economic sanctions from the US and the EU and Japan and some other Western countries on Russia was issued, they began to think this kind of risks become more and more high, and they began to discuss this kind of risk, discuss the situation in Ukraine, discuss the sanctions on Russia with different experts in China. Not only the experts like we the political science, but also some experts of international economies or financial experts. And most of those discussions or interviews is about how the sanctions were going on, and does there any loops, or does there any way they can avoid such kind of sanctions and continue their cooperations with Russia, something like some kind of question like that. But there are two, I think, for most of the Chinese companies, they think the sanctions depends on two very important index. The first is the sanctions on the Russian central bank, and the second is the sanctions to take the seven Russian banks off the SWIFT. These two things they mainly focused because they beyond those sanctions exactly influenced. They also think this kind of sanctions means the US and the EU have a very high attention to pursue the new sanctions on Russia, and they think the risks and the caused by the conflict becoming very high, and in the most of those things happened on the early and middle of on the last month. But as you know, in this month there are some new changes, and I think after almost 1 month's discussion and 1 month's observation, they are becoming not so worried about the situation, and I think they still worry about that, but they are maybe they are more certainty about the future development. These are the evolution of their thinking about the economic sanctions and the risks. I hope this is clear to you.
Thank you.
Professor Marvin, one more question to from Malakia.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
Thank you so much for your very useful comments. It's very important for us here in Russia to actually understand how the debate is going on in China. So really thank you so much for sharing your wisdom with us. So my question is a little bit more on Central Asia and specifically, what do you think about the coordination of China's Belt and Road Initiative, the Silk Road Economic Belt, and the Eurasian Economic Union? Do you think there can be some new prospects, because Russia will definitely be more interested in more infrastructure connectivity here in the region, and also in finding alternative economic partners and enhancing cooperation with. Do you see here some new prospects for coordinating these, or do you think that there will be more challenges because of the sanctions and all these international tensions? Thank you so much in advance.
Okay, thank you. About the first question, the China and Russia's initiatives in Central Asia, I think, as we know, there are for the Silk Road for the economic Silk Road project, they have passed the early stages, which means they can get the benefits very easily, and now it's coming to the very hard time, and that means the projects, the economic projects, or culture, and the other projects will be very difficult, and there will be a lot of obstacles for their progress. So they have to, I think this is the new stage of BRI, but for my understanding, this is also the same situation about the Eurasian Economic Union. And this is the normal process of how things develop, how things how things going. So for the Russia and the Chinese part, I think we have the two countries, or the other countries, also include the other countries, they have to have more tolerance. They have to have more patience to keep the things going, and so find the way, find the method to improve their cooperation, and they have to have the tolerance to make the failures happen. It's not only they can try very hard to pursue the success, but they have to accept the failure, because there's no initiative, no matter how the countries, how the government want, or how many resources they put in. There's no project only have a success and without failure. So this is the normal situation of the FDI and economic corporations. I think in the new stage of the Belt and Road Initiative and the Eurasian Economic Union, not only Russia and China, but also the other participants, we have to accept the failure. And I think for the if we put this kind of thinking on the Sino-Russian strategic partnership, it also makes sense. And such kind of strategic partnership means the two countries can let the difference and let the failure happen between them, and did not make such kind of failure affect their maybe higher cooperation or higher level cooperation. I think I call this kind of tolerance or something like that. And for the second question, I'm not followed your second question.
There was one.
Only one. Okay, that's okay.
Thank you.
Okay, my pleasure.
Thank you, Professor Morgan, for your answers. In fact, it was like a second, it was like a second paper from your turn. Any more questions?
What question? Remember mine.
Yeah, I remember. So if we have no questions to our speakers, volunteer performance, Senator Grant, asking, I would like to make some remarks about US-China competition in Africa.
In my opinion, when I was training with the conference topics, so it was too much place for me to be participant in this very interesting conversation. So I made some notes and I simply repeat them. That competition in USA and China and Africa. The African continent with some of the world's fastest growing economies, and expanding customer base and exploding youth population has recently witnessed intensifying China-US competition. In economic and trade terms, the United States is playing catch-up, has long ago overtaken, for instance, the trade volume between China and Africa. It was a record figure in 2013, 204.7 billion. Washington, as the continent's largest trading partner and investor, was losing in this competition. While China regards Africa's adherence to the One China principle as the only political prerequisite for its engagement with the continent, the United States views great democracy and the rule of law in Africa as the best interest of both. China's security presence in Africa, exception its name, never based in Djibouti, pales in comparison with that of the United States. Washington has an extensive network of military bases on the continent. AFRICOM has nearly 34, while Beijing peace and security engagements mainly involves multilateral UN peacekeeping operations and bilateral security cooperations such as arms sales and training programs. However, growing China-US competition does not necessarily crowd out shared interests or preclude closer cooperation and coordination in specific areas, for example, health, capacity building, and so on. By finding all senseless ideological respecting each other interests, co-interest in Africa, accommodating African development aspirations, security concerns, Beijing and Washington can find, in my opinion, more common ground for that cooperation, and I believe to ensure peace, security, and prosperity of African nations. That's all. Maybe for the next discussion, we touch this topic as well. Thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you for the explanation. Any more questions or opinions about our conference main theme?
Well, I have one question, maybe just to my Russian colleagues. Well, the question is, this topic was touched already here. We have just two perceptions of regional order in Asia Pacific and Indo-Pacific. One is Russian and Chinese, and another is the world of order in the Pacific. Two are rather contradicted, but both ASEAN centrality. Is there some contradiction, or we have a simple situation where tries to involve ASEAN as an important instrument just in providing its own conception? Maybe Anna.
Thank you. That's just my personal opinion. I mean, it's in fact, it seems that there are different competing regions. The one is surely US-centric. It is represented by the US, but also by its allies, including Japan, very open in the Pacific. There are differences even between the Japanese and the American versions of the Indo-Pacific, but still they represent more or less a US-centric order and also centric on specific rules and norms that they consider should be in this kind of order. Also, we have other states like Australia and India and others having their own Indo-Pacific strategies or visions in terms of ASEAN. But it seems to me that, in fact, for the US, for sure, ASEAN centrality is not something that in practice US pursues in this region in the Indo-Pacific. It is more concerned with unilateral groupings and its allies that can provide support to it. So it's more rather undermining ASEAN centrality than supporting ASEAN centrality. But rhetorically speaking, it needs ASEAN on board. It wants ASEAN to also to decouple from China or to support itself. But that's why it includes ASEAN centrality. So it seems that there is a difference here, as you have mentioned, between the rhetoric and practice. As for China, this is also a very interesting case. If we should really take what China has been saying at face value, because for me personally, it seems that the Belt and Road Initiative, for example, this is not a multilateral initiative. This is again China-centric initiative, and China regards ASEAN as an important grouping. However, it seems that China is more interested in having its own interests realized and also just in order to acquire dominant positions in the region, but actually ASEAN centrality is not something that China is very keen to promote by itself. Mostly ASEAN needs ASEAN centrality, and for the region, of course, it was a very good platform, and ASEAN-centric institutions actually did provide a common platform for discussions. But the situation is different for Russia, in my personal opinion, from these two, because Russia, being globally a great power in the region, it lags behind other major powers, especially in terms of its economic capabilities and economic links in the region. For institutions actually are very important because they provide some institutional arrangement where Russia could have a voice. Without ASEAN meaningful discussions and cooperation in the ASEAN Central Institution, it seems that there will be no platform where actually Russia can have a voice, because it's not a member of other unilateral arrangements such as Quad or whatever. So I guess supporting these institutions for Russia is much more important, strategically speaking, than for other players. That's why it seems that Russia's foreign policy, there has been a lot of emphasis on that. However, if we look at, again, economic involvement, we can probably say that Russia could do more to enhance its relations with ASEAN and to support ASEAN centrality as well. Thank you.
More opinions on this case?
Let's go today.
Okay, thank you, dear colleagues, but that's time for closing remarks. As I see, Dr. Babayev is absent, but Dr. Gauzov as well as Dr. Rogov are still with us. Valentin Sergeyevich, what's your opinion about our format?
In my opinion, it was a very interesting discussion. And there were some controversial issues, and some of the ideas were presented by different speakers, were contradictory. But that is something which makes this kind of debate even more valuable. And I hope we can continue it and maybe concentrate on some of the specific baskets, whether economic issues, political issues, or military issues, we have to think. But again, I repeat it, it was a good conference, and I wish all the participants more success.
Okay, thank you, Sergey Nikolaevich. What's your opinion? Nikolaevich, are you with us?
No.
Okay.
No.
Oh, Sergeyevich, maybe you can. No. No, thank you. Sergeyevich, maybe you would like to say some closing remarks on behalf of the Institute. How do you think?
I will be very short. Well, I agree that our deliberations were very useful and give a possibility to clarify all the difficult, a number of very important and difficult questions. So I also wish all the participants every success, and we shall continue our research works. Thank you.
First you? Okay. Yes, it's ready to start. Dear colleagues, thank you for all of you working all this day with us. We had a very productive, very comprehensive discussion. We agree that cooperation is an inevitable part of academic society and should be maintained in every situation. We discussed many topics in terms of the US-China competition, which, as Dr. Rogov likes to say, become a central axis of modern international relations. It's a big stimulus for us to maintain and develop our format. Next time we'll try to meet again and discuss new aspects of the two-power competition. So, on behalf of organizational committee, I thank all of you for your time and your expertise. And I'd like to remind you that all the conference participants have the possibility to publish their reports in the journal US and Canada, Economics, Politics, Culture. Address for sending text can be found in the program. Thank you. Next time. Thank you for all our Zoom guests and participants. See you next time in the new formats. Have a good day.
Have a good day. Thank you. See you. Bye.
Bye.